want each one of you all to benefit from this training program, something that has been specifically curated for each one of you all. We would want you to take the best output from the training program. A lot of things being covered, be it in terms of the skill sets that are required for a relationship manager, or the information and knowledge that is required in terms of products and services that we have as offerings for our premium customers, the interaction skills, the communication skills, all those being tried, tested, practiced in the session. We also would be taking the opportunity to do a lot of role plays during the program, and we would want each one of you to participate, because each and every activity that we do in this session will be sport activities, be it your session participation, be it your submission of assignments that get released from time to time. Sufficient time has been inbuilt into the program, right? Be it for your training modules, be it for the assessments and the online test that you would there. Everything has been taken into account, considering that most of you would be operating from offices as well, and not everybody has the luxury to participate for a training program from home. So as long as you do this within those timelines, things will be wonderful and will be easier for you. Otherwise, you will find that it would be quite tough considering the constraints of the time, because we will be in sessions the whole day. And if you don't use the time allotted appropriately, then you might have problems in terms of matching up or keeping pace with what's being conducted in class. All right, so that was a little bit about the brief. Let me still take you through what is the lineup for the day, starting with a small introduction about myself. I'm Vidya Menon, and I conduct induction training programs for Axis Bank PBRMs for some time now, closely associated with Axis Bank for the purpose of training. And being a retail banker myself, have handled various positions in different banks, and I know what it takes to be a relationship manager. I have done that, been there, done that. So the challenges, very well known, and the issues that we face, the problems that we come across, or the challenges that come across, very known to me as well. Besides, because I've been a part of the training program with Access PBRMs, closely get to know also in terms of feedback, in terms of interactions with other RMs as to what is it that's happening and what's the ground reality, so on and so forth. So as such, I'll be the mentor, the primary mentor for you for the course of this training program. And I'm looking forward to interacting with each one of you all quite closely and getting to know you all as well. All right. Now, with that, let us have a quick introduction about the Axis Bank joinees. I would want people who have been in the system prior to in the last financial year to raise hands. How many of us were there last financial year? I would just want to have a sense of the people who are there in the program. How many of us were there in March 22? Are all of us new joinees? Anybody who has been there in the system for some time, please raise hands. And all of you all are RMs? Do we have a BRH or anybody else in the session? I don't see any responses. Let me quickly check. Abhinav Kapoor, are we in session? Abhinav, when have you joined? Not audible. Abhinav, are you speaking? I can't hear you. Still not audible. Can you check your device? Or maybe put it in chat? Yes. I was under the impression, let me check with Suresh. Is Suresh in session? Suresh Damesha? 15 days back. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Noted. Suresh, when
Yes.
have you joined?
2nd of August, ma'am.
2nd of August. Okay. All right. Certain joining dates available with me, certain not available. So just wanted to check with the participants. Okay. Do we have Tapan? Tapan? Tapan Kumar Bhatt? Not around? All right. From what is there in front of me, I find most of you all to have joined in this particular financial year. April, May seem to be the joining dates for most of you all. Some of you all, I think Avradeep has joined in Feb. Is that so, Avradeep?
No, ma'am, I've joined in July, 26 July.
July, is it? Okay.
Yes, ma'am,
Why is the
26
data
July.
not? All right. Thank you for that update.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. I also wanted to check with you all in terms of the status of the NISM and IRDA. I hope those who were a part of the training program yesterday would have heard the importance of being certified, both NISM and IRDA certified. So wanted to check with you all, how many of you all have both the certifications? If you all can raise your hands. Anybody who is certified on both aspects? And when I say certified, I hope the same has also been recorded at Axis Bank. Amit, Darshan, Akul, Rajesh. Okay. So majority of you all also need to complete the certification. That again would be critical here because we would want participants to be there when it comes to the certifications, because like we discussed yesterday in the orientation program, your incentives can be held up. The business that you do can't be booked in your name in the absence of these mandatory certifications. All right, Amit and Akul, Rajesh, you may lower your hands. Thank you for that update. Okay, so let us quickly have some interactions. Again, I find the session to be slightly low on interactions. So let's hear it from Anuja. Anuja, are you around? Anuja Singh. No, not around. Let's check from Bharat. Yes. Hi, Bharat. Bharat, I don't see you. I mean, I see you, but I don't hear you. Not audible. No sound at all. Bharat, please check your connectivity, your device.
Is it okay now, ma'am?
Yeah, now it's okay. Now I can hear you. Thank you. So Bharat, you are outside?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm outside. I think the sorry for this inconvenience because of there was a call scheduled and last week only. So that's the
Okay.
reason I have to go.
All right. So will you be at a call? When are you likely to join back, Bharat?
No, no, ma'am. I'm on my way to branch only.
You've done with your call. You're finished with your call.
Yes, ma'am. I'm done with my call.
Okay. So Bharat, a little bit of update. When did you join?
6th of September last month.
Okay. All right. Thank you. A fairly new joinee. All right. Thank you, Bharat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would request you to reach the branch as quickly as possible and resume the session so that we
Yes, ma'am.
can
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. You may switch off the video as well. Friends, I would want you to
Thanks.
be careful in terms of session participation, because like I said, a lot of scores coming your way and we are grading your participation on a daily basis and would want you to participate in the session. Otherwise, all these candidates who are missing, the same names will be shared with the organization at the end of the day. And again, we don't want anyone to face any kind of difficulty or challenges just because they were not involved enough in the training program. So this is something that I would want you to be a little extra careful. Not only are we checking that participants are there during the course of the training program, but also involved and interacting in the training program. All right, so this is a little bit about that. Like I said, would hear from most of you all as time progresses. Today, when we talk about Axis Bank, one of the leading banks in the country, all of you all should be really proud to join an organization like Axis Bank. Has been a wonderful place for a lot of people in terms of career growth, recognition, awards, career advancements, so to say. So we would want you all to understand that it is the right organization to join, and all you need to do is understand what is the expectation that the organization has from each one of you, so that we can do better in our roles. Today, all of you all have joined the vertical of priority banking, and there's a lot of expectations from each one of you all as priority relationship managers. Most of you have been handpicked for the role. Some of you have also had a role change due to which you would have taken up this profile. A very interesting and challenging profile. And like I said, if we know what is expected from us and we have the required skill sets and knowledge to do this job well, there are only success waiting for us, right? So let's do that in the manner and the spirit that it is expected from each one of us. Today, let's look at the agenda for the day. So this is what we have in store for us. The orientation, we will be looking at the PBRM role clarity. We will be having a discussion on KRA and scorecards, customer value creation. What is it that the customer value today, and what is it that they are looking for from each one of us? And we will be understanding the product priority banking proposition. Today, when we talk about orientation, just a quick recap for those who might have missed out the session previously. So this is what we are talking about. Your Head Start journey has started and you have completed the functional Head Start. Today, now you are a part of the induction program. So this would be an intensive 13-day induction program, full day sessions. So like I said, for all those people who are also simultaneously multitasking in terms of handling customers and addressing their issues and concerns, please ensure that you work around the timings. The session plan is already available with each one of you all. Also want to take this opportunity to quickly check, is there anyone who's not yet mapped to the WhatsApp group in this session at the moment? Anyone who's not yet mapped to the WhatsApp group, because the WhatsApp group has been created for this batch. And in case if I have anyone who's not yet been tagged or added, please raise hands. Amit Saha, are you around?
No, no, ma'am. I'm
Amit.
already marking WhatsApp group. No,
All
this
right.
is
So then
I'll
I
get
would
this.
request,
Okay.
yeah, please lower your hand then. Let me just check with the participants. Ranjit Naveen. Ranjit?
I'm not in the group, ma'am.
Ranjit, then I would suggest, why don't you put in your name and your WhatsApp number in chat?
Ma'am,
And the
actually, I'm
same
unable to
applies.
use this chat box, ma'am. It's not showing that you are unable to. You can't send message because you are not a member of this chat. It's showing.
Okay.
Because, ma'am, past yesterday only my Teams is not working in this laptop.
And that is your official laptop, personal laptop. What exactly is the scene?
This is
How
a
are you joining?
official email, official laptop, ma'am.
So Teams is not working in your official laptop.
No, ma'am.
Okay. You can always have Teams downloaded on your mobiles as well. And
Yeah.
you can connect through the session, connect to us, because we would want you to be participative. And any
Yeah.
kind of, a video not working, audio not working, chat not available would be a concern. So
Okay.
Ranjit, what do I call you? Is it Ranjit? Is it Naveen? What is the name? And I would like to see you as well. Please switch on the video as well.
Yeah.
It's nice to
Actually,
interact with people when I see the other. Yeah.
I'm audible, ma'am.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
visible.
visible as well. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Go ahead.
Ma'am, actually, my name is Rana Ajit, not Ranjit. Its name is Rana
Rana
Ajit.
Ajit. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do I call you? Rana or
Yeah,
Ajit?
yeah. Ajit or anything.
Ajit preferable. Okay. So
Yeah.
call you Ajit. All right. So Ajit, I would want your number because we need to add you to the WhatsApp group. We would want your number. So please share the number as well so
Yeah.
that we
My
can pass
number
on the
is,
message.
yeah.
Yeah.
My number is 8892
Yes.
34
Yeah.
0278.
I'll repeat 8892340278.
Yeah, correct, ma'am.
So we'll make sure that you get added onto this group. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Shantanu,
ma'am.
Ajay, and Rohit, if you have not got yourself added, can you please put the numbers in chat, please? So that we can get you added to the group as quickly as possible, because all the updates, like I said, the daily updates on the session timings, the role play links, all those things keep happening in the group. So I would request the others, Shantanu, Ajay, and Rohit, to put in your numbers if you've not been added. I see Shantanu has already dropped the message. Rohit as well. What about Ajay? Ajay,
Ma'am, good morning. Yeah,
morning,
good
good
morning, ma'am.
morning. Ajay, I don't
I'm
see
not
you.
able to. Yeah,
हाँ अजय, क्या
yeah.
बोल रहे थे? Yeah.
उसमें मैं मैसेज ड्रॉप नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ चार्ट में। जो चार्ट है
Okay.
उसमें मैं मैसेज ड्रॉप कर पा रहा हूँ।
Give me your number, please.
हाँ, क्या 98013
Yes.
467
467.
82.
I'll repeat 980134678
Yeah, right, ma'am.
Wonderful. All right. So during the breaks, possibly maybe we can have these names added to the group. All right. Please let me know by tomorrow if the names have got added and you're getting the messages in the group. You may all lower your hands. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. So that was a quick update with respect to the WhatsApp that we are all connected through. The learning journey, as you can see in the slide, this is how we will proceed. The 13-day induction program, post which we will move on to the branch stint, where again, during the branch stint also, we will be in touch. We will be meeting every fortnight and checking up how things are working out for you. All of you all have recently joined or at least taken over this profile recently, and we would want you to be comfortable, not only in terms of implementing the knowledge that you have learned from the induction program, but also to ensure that, in case if there are any challenges, if there's any assistance required from your mentors, we are also in touch with your supervisors during this time frame to figure out how you've been performing at work as well. Today, when we talk about the entire learning journey, apart from the UDAN, that is the induction training and the branch stint for the next 3 months, we also come back for a refresher course, an intensive refresher 4-day course, wherein we have a quick journey once again in terms of the learning journey. And again, these would be intensive full-day programs, post which you join the ongoing development journey in terms of proceeding towards your silver certifications. Yeah, so that is how the entire learning journey of the RM is mapped in Axis Bank. Today, when we talk about what is it that you learn during the program, these are the skill sets and the important milestones that you achieve when you complete the training programs. It is mandatory. So every person who joins a new role also necessarily has to be trained for the profile. So that is what the induction journey takes care. The branch stint and refresher programs also aligned in that fashion to make sure that the development happens in terms of your learning and growth. The skill sets and the knowledge that you acquire, again, very, very critical and instrumental for each one of you all. Be it the business skills that you will acquire in terms of acquisition, deepening in engaging with the customers. We would want you to have very quality conversations with your premium customers. So knowledge is extremely critical, be it in terms of the in-house Axis Bank products or the third-party products that we keep promoting and having a lot of cross sell from our branches to our customers. So that is something that we will be looking into. We would also be having interactive skills development program in the form of, how do we improve our communication, the grooming. Like I said, all these activities are also simultaneously scored. So today, each candidate at the end of the 13-day training program, by the time you see your scorecards, you have a very clear idea as a supervisor, as someone from the organization, or as mentors as to how has been the learning journey of the candidate been, right? Not only in terms of testing your product knowledge and the things that you learn, but also in terms of your communication, grooming, deepening of customer relationships. We would want you to be there in all these aspects as well. The brand that we represent, Axis Bank, we would want to represent this bank very, very responsibly. There is a pride that we have in being associated with a leading bank like Axis, and that needs to reflect in every interaction that we have, be it with a customer or with a colleague, as the case may be. So we need to be there when it comes to our English speaking skills, the communication skills. English is the language of business correspondence. So we would want you to be completely there. There's a lot of interaction happening with your customers, be it over a WhatsApp, email, or for that matter, an SMS that gets sent across. And at no point in time, we would want customers to question the quality or the impact of an RM purely because you don't have the required communication skills, right? So these would be things that we would be checking. Like I said, a lot of ways in which we check it, either in the form of participation in sessions or in the form of role play activities that we do. So please make sure that you understand and you participate. The tools that we use in the learning journey at Axis Bank, we are known for using the best of technology, a lot of inputs, a lot of efforts being put by the organization to ensure that the technological tools that we use are the latest and the most innovative, and something that helps not only our customers but also internally the staff who use them. So we will be taking you through the various tools that we use in Axis Bank, the applications, how they are different from each other, how they can assist the learning journey of the RM, and how you can use these tools effectively in your interactions with customers, not only to engage with them better, but also to get productive business out of them, right? So all those various tools that we use, be it the Lighthouse, the Saksham, so we'll be having an in-depth training in all these applications as well. We also look at wealth creation for our customers, and one of the key roles that we play would be income planning, would be financial planning for our customers. And how is it that we can do this for our customers effectively? How is it the suggestions that we can offer to the customers, the advisory services that we offer to our customers? What do we understand, and how do we recognize what are the needs and requirements of the customer, and how do we address these needs so that we can gainfully gain some business out of it, is something those will be covering in the sessions as well. So be it the income planning, be it understanding what are the opportunities there and how to leverage these opportunities, will also be covered in the training program. So like you see there out there on the slide, a lot of things that are there. All it requires from, what we expect from each one of you all is your attendance, making sure that you are there, and making sure that you contribute and participate so that it is effective and actually productive for each one of you all of you all expected to sit through the sessions from morning to evening. So on an average, 9:30 to 6:30 is the average time that we have booked in your calendars. Your supervisors have also been informed. So everybody in the system knows that you are going to be in training. Like I said, sufficient breaks in between, and whatever assignments and assessments we release from time to time, we have worked out within the training program that you get time out to do these activities as well. So as long as we do things on time and are on track, things would be wonderful and easy for each one of you all. Like it says on the slide, this is not a training program. It is a program that will make you role ready, right? So please make sure that you stay curious and explore, ask in case if you have any queries, participate, right? Attendance is strictly being monitored. Like I said, every time we call out a name and we don't find you around, so that will be taken as a scenario of candidate not being around and candidate missing. And that's how we will be forwarding our responses to the management as well. So please make sure that you are attentive and participative as well. Today, when I talk about the discipline, there's a lot of discipline also expected currently because we have participants joining in. You, all of you all are relationship managers, and value for time is something that all of you all should understand and appreciate. So we would expect participants to join in on time, especially post breaks and all. There are a lot of times when we end up that, participants are there in the morning, but subsequently not seen during the day. So please make sure that you also join sessions post breaks on time. Dressing will be important. This is important purely because some of you may be doing or attending the training program from home. If that is the case, again, please make sure that you are formally dressed at all points in time. This is a formal training program, an induction program, and there are marks for grooming as well. So each day, like I said, different marks being accumulated by the participants, which will be then displayed on the leaderboard on the following day. So in your interest, please make sure that you are well dressed and groomed professionally. Environment, like I said, there are a lot of challenges which I've seen even now when I'm interacting with participants, maybe a video not on or challenges in audio. It is going to create a problem because if I'm unable to hear the candidate, we would how is it that I would score you for participations? Please make sure that the audio, video is working and the network as well, because network can also at times be a little bit of challenge. So at any point in time when we call out to you, we would want you to respond and we would want to hear your thoughts and opinions as well, or for that matter, questions, queries, or clarifications you might have. So a little bit on that front, make sure that, the next 13 days, we are going to be keenly associated with one another. So make sure that in terms of network challenges, there are not too many that we might come across. All right, I see a quick message from Ayush as well. He's saying customers are calling. So call might go on hold for some time. Hope you understand. Well, like I said, a quick revert to a customer saying that you're in a training program would not take too much of time. But yes, if I see a candidate who's on hold for unnecessarily long durations, then those again might create a problem. Ayush, I hope you have understood that. So would want your active participation and involvement. Yes, Ayush, can you confirm? Message received.
ma'am.
Understood? All right, wonderful. All right, I see Amit and Shantanu with their hands still raised, would want to check. What is it that you would want to add or say? Amit Saha? Something to say?
Nothing, ma'am. Nothing. Nothing.
Please
Nothing.
lower your
You can
hands.
continue, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure.
All right. Yeah. So be focused, stay attentive, be participative, and I'm sure we can have a wonderful learning journey and something that will add to your, the HR records as well, that you have completed successfully the training program. All right, now let's look at what is it that we have here. The evaluation criteria that all of you all should clearly understand. 75% attendance is the mandated attendance benchmark that each of you all would have to achieve for you to successfully consider as a training program completed. So 75% attendance across all the training programs is the mandate. Induction journey, which is the 13-day program, will have a 50% weightage in your total learning scores, right? So 50% weightage comes from the induction program. Today, when we talk about assessments and, the marks that you're supposed to receive, we would say anybody who scores 90 and above would come in the merit zone. 60 to less than 90 would be in the amber zone, the green zone, and anybody less than 60 will be in the red zone. So we would earnestly urge each one of you all to make sure that you are in the green zone, the merit zone, and that is where we would want all of you all to do when it comes to assessments and evaluations. These evaluations, like I said, spread across your learning journey, be it in the form of role plays, be it the online test, be it the assessments, right? So this is what we have. Every day, the product that we learn, the next day morning will be the time when we actually, attempt the online test in LMS. And we would want to come and hear from you how many of you all have completed the assessments and cleared 3 attempts per subject or per module is being given to you. So please understand the benchmark here in terms of your LMS assessments would be 80%. Anybody who doesn't score 80% will be considered as red. So that is the benchmark expected, because obviously you have gone through the entire days of learning program and the following day morning you are attempting the test. So while it is fresh, we would want you to attempt these LMS modules 3 attempts max, post which you will not get any further attempts. And that's how at the end of the training program, we will see how many certifications or how many modules you have successfully completed. Right? So that is what it is. Today, when we talk about consequence management, these are the uh, what happens if you don't meet those benchmark parameters. So like I said, the escalation matrix, if 75% not seen, it's going to be a challenge. Like I said, since it is your supervisors, HR, everybody involved, explanations would be sought. We would be marking the employee in the red zone and asking for an explanation in writing with escalations to your supervisors as well. Similarly, today, if your assessments are less than the scores that are expected, then again, that will also invite consequence management. We also would want to reiterate that your certifications are mandatory for your profile. And not only is it a compliance requirement, but we also would want you to get business credit for all the business that you do. So those can be given to you and incentives passed on only if you have those mandatory certifications. So make sure that you have the SP and EUIN certifications as quickly as possible. If not, then at least register for the same, because there's some interim time frame that is taken after registration and before you appear for the online test and actually have the certifications in hand. Obviously, the LMS piece talks about the daily assessments that we need to do. So there is strict consequence management, and it is in your interest to be aware of that and comply with what is the expectation of the organization. Today, when we talk about how to get started, it be any RM who joins this profile can get started in 7 easy steps. And that is what we have highlighted here, starting with getting your employee ID and credentials, your domain credentials, your ID password, very, very important, because every application that you use, every systems that you use, or your inputs, we would want you to make sure that you have your IDs, right? So the employee code generated and sent to your supervisor and branch head. And I know by now all of you all would have that set up. The BYOD is the second step, wherein we would want to make sure that each one of you has the access and the setup already created for each one of you all. So today, if you have not yet, anybody who's not yet included to the BYOD group, please raise hands. Anyone? Bharat, Ankita, Ayush. All right. So then this is something that is important for each one of you all. For the ones who have raised their hands, you need to make sure that you have got yourself included to the BYOD group, for which you need to send up an email and make sure that you have this taken. The approval is required from a person who is AVP and above. So once the approver approves, you will be getting added into the BYOD group. And once you have that, then you will be able to download all the important Intune portal, from the Intune portal, the email, the One Access app, your Outlook mail and all that, because this would be important, because you will have to do things on the go. Today, once you are added to the BYOD setup, it will be very easy for you to work around. You will be able to, move and, maybe access emails, do your account openings, make sure that you have access to the One Access app, so on and so forth. So that is what it is. The user addition process needs to be followed in the BYOD group. Today, make sure that you do this. We also have a detailed setup program where we will be taking you through this. But just to give you an idea, for all those 4-5 candidates who have not yet added themselves to the BYOD setup, this is something that you will have to make sure that you complete, right? And get yourself added to the group. Once approved, like I said, the supervisor, once he approves the BYOD addition, you will be added, and then you will be able to download the Intune portal. Okay. We also would need you to have access to all the critical IT tools that are there, some of which we have listed here. When we proceed into the training program, we'll have a detailed understanding of what are the various IT tool applications that we use. And you need to have your credentials mapped to these IT tools for you to access the information that is there and, use these applications effectively. So that is something, again, that you will have to watch out for. What are the various IT tools? So in the sessions, we will take you through the various IT tools and make sure that you have your credentials mapped to these IT tools so that you can not only access these IT tools, but also use them effectively in your day-to-day role as a relationship manager. We also would want you to be there when it comes to the portfolios, right? Anybody of us who's not yet been allotted a portfolio, I know some of you all are very recent joinees as early as September and August. Ankita and Rizwan, your hands are raised. Is that for the BYOD or something else? Would want to check with you all. Ankita?
It was for BYOD.
BYOD, okay. Rizwan?
Yeah, it was for BYOD.
BYOD, okay. Would want to check any one of you all who have not been allotted portfolios so far. If you can then raise hands for that as well. Yes. Portfolios have already been mapped to each one of you all. Is that what I would assume? Rizwan, your hand is still raised, so I don't know. Portfolio has been mapped to you, Rizwan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So as we see, some of the things we are already there, some others we still need to get it organized. So please be aware that what are the things that we need to get organized. So be it your employee ID or BYOD, access to IT tools, portfolio that again would be critical for each one of you all. And here, since there are no hands raised, I assume that all of you all have also been mapped the required portfolios. The e-form IDs today, in case a lot of our processing happens through e-forms, we help our customers, service our customers through the e-forms. We also have account opening, physical forms being generated. So we need to have these IDs. So e-form ID again would be critical for each one of you all. We also need to have a clear understanding of the KRAs and incentives, and one of which we'll be covering in session today, where we look at our KRAs. Today, when we talk about a role of a relationship manager, there are certain defined benchmarks that each one of you need to achieve in terms of the minimum KRAs that are expected to be achieved by all the RMs. We also have certain benchmarks which would be considered as superior or excellent performance, performance which is below average, performance which needs to be improved. So once I understand my KRAs, I get a clear understanding of what is the expectation and what are the milestones that I need to achieve, right? It helps me focus on work better, productivity is better. So understanding KRAs and incentives again becomes critical for the RM. So this again we'll be taking you through the session as and when we come across these modules, and we will be making you help understand your KRAs and incentives as well. And like I said, the focus on your SPN, EUIN certifications. Apart from 3 or 4, I find a majority of y'all are still not SPN, EUIN certified. So please make sure that you register. I have a small process note here which talks about the registration for both NISM and IRDA. Like I said, these are compliance requirements as well. So please make sure that this is the process that you follow for the new SP certification process. Very, very simple. All you need to do is make sure that you register online and have your ID documents, the ID photograph, the documents that are required, which needs to be uploaded. So creation of URN, all of these things will take time. Not only is the registration process, the receipt of all the online study material, then once you complete the mandatory modules, you have to take dates, and those dates again will be depending upon availability. And once you complete the certification process, then the certificates will also have to be recorded and registered with Axis Bank. So there is always a time frame involved, and all these will require you to put in those efforts. Today, when we talk about the induction journey, we would want you all to at least complete the registration process and start receiving the online course material for you to consider that, at least level 1 complete, at least you have registered and requested for the course material. This is something that we would want each one of you to complete while in the induction program as well. At any point in time, if you find that you have not done at least even the basics of registering for the certification process, then it would be a problem. So hence, earnest request for each one of you all to make sure that you go through or register for these certifications in the respective portals. We have CIEL, who is going to be our partner in making sure that each one of you gets certified, and the same gets also registered. The certifications get registered with Axis Bank. So this is just a small flow chart that is there for reference purposes in terms of what needs to be done for the SV certification, right? So today you have to use the certification option in CRM to generate the URL, make sure that you make the payment of fees, complete the online training that is mandated. And once that is there, the certificates will be received, which then have to be submitted by courier. And once the certifications are registered at Axis Bank, you also get refunded for the fees that get paid. Any questions here? Any questions, any queries? Because this is something that needs to be completed by each one of you all before we complete the induction program. Yes, Ajit?
Ma'am, actually, I have already registered and I got my examination date on 21st October this month only.
Okay, okay.
So on that, actually, my exam timing is 1:30 to 3:30.
Yeah.
So on that, whether I have to mark the means absent or like I have to attend the
No, it
training.
is only for a couple of hours, right? So what you can do
Yeah.
is you can, whenever is the exam schedule, just you can inform us on that day. And for that duration of your exam, we will, it will be okay for you to go and complete the test. So that is something
Okay.
that we discussed even in the orientation session yesterday, that
Okay.
anybody who has exams due, please make sure that you appear for these mandatory certifications and clear your exams. Do not wait for the induction program to complete to register or take the test dates for exams, right? So if it falls during the induction program, it is fine. Even if it's during the program duration, it is fine, because it is not going to take up your whole day, just a couple of hours for you to go and complete the test and come in. So that is allowed, should not be a problem. Just keep us
And
informed so that we will know that you are not going to be there around these hours for the session. Yeah.
and one more thing, ma'am, whether we will whether can I get some little brief discussion about that, some topics and all in that before the examination in this training
No,
session?
it's not a part of the program. So the
Okay.
learning, the online learning will have to be done at your end, at your
Okay.
time. That is not going to be covered. So the certification topics and the coverage is not a part of the induction learning.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you. No, ma'am. Thank you.
Anybody else? Any questions? All right. So this is what we are expecting each one of you to comply with, because like I said, at the end of the journey, we will be checking how many of y'all are there in terms of the learning process of both NISM and SP certification, and where, at what stage are you, at what level are you? So have you registered? Have you completed the online learning modules, the learning hours that you need to complete? Have you taken examination dates, so on and so forth? So this is something that you will have to keep in the back of the mind, that these certifications are important and will be critical for your role. Like I said, very, very simple. The steps itself very clearly specify what are the documents that need to be kept ready, what is the size of the documents. So there are certain specifications there that you need to do that for registration. And once you register, all the online study material comes your way and you get time to prepare as well. So for those people who are registering for the first time, this is what you need to understand. Like I said, today when you have your fees and you clear, so you need to make the payment of fees, and once you clear it and the certificate gets registered with Axis Bank, the same also gets refunded for you. So that is something that we would want you to be careful about. A lot of you might also be in this situation where there are transfer cases. And if that is the case, this is what we would want you to do. You have to submit the details in the system, put in the certifications that you have for our records, and the NOC is required from the previous organization. And once we have the same, it takes a little bit of time. Like I said, sometimes a month or two generally passes before which the same certifications, the NOCs, are received and registered at our end. So the follow-up is what we are expecting you to do. At no point in time should there be any pendency at the RM level, right? So registering, making sure that you've paid the fees, making sure that you have taken the course material and you're online. So these are things that will be working at your end. Same for transfer cases. We would have expect that you would have initiated the transfer request, the NOCs and all these things. Sometimes what happens is we might have couriered across the documents as well, but they are yet to receive it. So a little bit of tracking and follow-up will be actively required from each one of you all, so that we know that, at your end, there is no pendency. From your side, you have done whatever it is that is expected to be done. So be it in terms of creating those Unitex IDs, putting it in the system is something that will be expected from each one of you all. Today, the NISM registration is also equally important. So like in case of SP registration, there are certain documents that you need to scan and send it across, and post which the registration happens after payment of fees, and the modules will be received by each one of you all, which you need to go through, complete the mandatory learning modules, and then appear for your exam. Take the earliest possible date, because that is what is expected here, that we would want to get these things organized and sorted as quickly as possible, because for those who are aware or not aware, the incentive cycles are quarterly. Right. So for any kind of incentives to be released, not only is the certification to be cleared at your end, but the certificate needs to be registered at Access end as well. So there is a little bit of time frame involved. So I don't want any one of you to lose out on your incentives purely because of these timelines that are there. So make sure that even the NISM, registration process is complete. And for any kind of help and assistance, we have the CIL who's helping us in terms of any kind of queries or things. You have the email IDs that are there, support@cil.co.in. You can write into them. We can make sure that, any kind of issues, anything specific that you want, like Abhishek said, you can also raise it to Abhishek as well. So these are some things, guidelines that would be critical and important for you to be aware of, right? Any kind of questions here? Again, for all of you all, please let me know. Any questions or queries anyone has for the SP or the EUN process, registration or anything? All right. So again, NISM transfer process in renewal or transfer if it is required. This is what the RM actionable would be. Make sure that you fill up the fresh forms, make the payment of fees, make sure that you register again so that the same can be recorded and, tagged as far as your credentials are concerned, that both the certifications are available. Please, like I said, pendency at your end should not be there. As far as it is in process and underway, we are fine. At no point in time would we want the candidate to be asked as to why the same has not been done or not gone through. Very, very simple examinations as well. The study modules cover entirely what needs to be done, and the dates, like I said, as per your convenience, you line up those exams. So sometimes getting an appointment for an examination also can be tricky depending upon availability. So these are the things that you will have to watch out for and consider before we actually proceed. So that is with respect to the renewals and certifications, transfer or new registration as the case may be, which would be applicable for each one of you all, right? Do we proceed? Anything that you would want to share, ask, have a query? Please let me know now. All good? Let's check. Sonia, any questions?
No, ma'am.
No,
All
ma'am.
right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We come to the next piece, which is the PBRM role clarity. Let's understand, what is the organization expecting from RMs? Let's check with Tapan. Tapan, who was missing earlier. Let me check. Tapan, are we around now? Yes. Please switch on the video and talk to us. What do you understand by the PBRM role?
हाँ पीबीआरएम रोल में है कि तो हमें कस्टमर जो है प्रायोरिटी कस्टमर उनको हैंडल करना
Tapan,
होता
can we
है
speak in
उनकी
English? Can we speak in English? Can we try speaking in English?
हाँ फ्लुएंटली मैडम
Go ahead. Yeah.
हाँ એટલે हमें एक प्रायोरिटी कस्टमर को हैंडल करना होता है उनका कंसर्न क्वेरी है उनको डेली विजिट करनी होती है जो सिद्धि में जो हमें मीटिंग का बोला जाता है कि उसमें डे टू डे जो विजिट है उसको उसके मिलके हमें उसका फैमिली बैंकिंग उनको लेना है हमें और उनका जो भी प्रोडक्ट का जो फीचर है जो नया हमारे यहाँ लॉन्च होता है कि अभी रिवाइज हुआ है कि एफडी का रेट तो उनको अवेयर करना है हम मैसेज भी कर सकते हैं पर ज़्यादातर पर्सनली हम मिलेंगे तो उससे क्या होगा कि एक आई कांटेक्ट होगा उससे हम अच्छी तरह बात कर सकेंगे कि वो भी हमें जान सकेंगे कि हम उनको ज़्यादातर कोशिश करेंगे कि उनको हम बात
All right. So while I hear you talking about family banking, checking with the customer, understanding the requirement of the customer, Tapan, I also want to figure out, are we not in a position to converse in English? Do you follow English or is there a challenge only in speaking?
चैलेंज ले सकता हूँ पर क्या कि फ्लुएंटली इंग्लिश नहीं फ्लुएंटली
That's fine. That's fine. At least for the period of the training program, I would want to have that conscious participation from you in English, right? I would want to see
Sure.
if there is a marked improvement, and I would want you to focus and speak in English. Hindi to comfortable hai hi, wo to hum वैसे भी बात कर लेंगे. If English is an area that needs to be improved, let's try and consciously use this as an opportunity. We are here 8 hours in a day together. Let's use this forum to improve upon our English. All right. So looking forward to contribution in English going forward, Tapan. Thank you so much. Yeah. Let's try and hear it from Suraj. Appreciate Suraj raising his hand. Go ahead, Suraj.
I'm
Go
audible,
ahead.
ma'am?
Yes, you're audible, visible as well.
Yeah. Yes. I'm so sorry. I'm just doing work from home. Just want to say just a short brief about the PBRM role. As far as I know, since like last 15 days, I joined it from 6 September. So
Okay.
what I exactly understand about the PBRM role is all about just to first of all, the first and foremost role of understanding, of PBRM role is that to understand the customer first of all. To
Okay.
understand what exactly the customer needs. So once you understand the needs, so try to figure out those problems what he has. Try to get the solution for his issues and get it sorted fast. So once you build the belongingness or trust with the customer automatically have a faith in you, and he tries to help you. He tries to build a kind of a family bonding with you, and the other role which we have is that to understand what are the profilers of the customer, what customer does, to understand what exactly the customer nature of business or what exactly he's doing, then to understand what is family background, and accordingly the moment you understand the profilers of the customer, you able to gauge what exactly the customer needs, and accordingly you can involve the customer in banking products, the maximum banking products we can involve a
We are
customer
losing your audio, Suraj.
and to get engaged in those products, and accordingly simultaneously you can give a customer that delightful experience by just greeting them during the festive season, or just to meet up with the customer. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm
Go
audible,
ahead.
ma'am?
Yeah, we are losing you momentarily, so there's a little bit of a network challenge. And there are pockets when you were not
Am I
audible.
audible?
But yes, so more or less have found or understood what is the gist that you want to communicate. be it in terms of understanding your customers well, using the tools to pitch what is it that is relevant to them. All right. Yeah. Okay. Suraj, were you a relationship manager in the past? What have you done prior to joining Axis Bank?
Hello.
Yes, Suraj. I think Suraj facing some kind of a network challenge.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was asking you,
I
Suraj,
have
what
to.
have you done
Hello.
prior to this,
Am I
prior to Axis Bank?
Yes, I was working with HDFC Bank. I have multiple experience in HDFC Bank. As I
Okay.
started my journey in HDFC Bank, I was a virtual relationship manager, and after that, I was the part of a small project called Video KYC as well. After
Okay.
that, I was into a branch banking. So as a personal banker, so I used to take care of 500 customers, odd customers, and I used to take care of their accounts and any needs and issues what exactly they had, and used to accordingly I used to resolve those issues and engage in products in different banking products. I
All
used to
right.
take care of
Wonderful.
that.
All right. Thank you, Suraj. So some exposure there in
Thank you.
terms of relationship management, in terms of handling customers, a portfolio of customers and taking care of their needs. All right. Wonderful. Yes. Let me speak to Abhishek. Go ahead, Abhishek.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Uh, as a PBRM, what I think our role is we are acting as a point of contact for the customers. Like if the customer is having any kind of query or any kind of request he want to give in the branch, so we as a priority relationship manager and they as a priority customer, we need to render our services to those customers. So
Okay.
being a point of contact, we are servicing them since they are priority customers. So they are of they are they should be given utmost importance.
Hmm.
Utmost importance. Also, like by giving services, we need to suggest them the products like according to their need, like what kind of products they should invest in
Hmm.
by understanding their needs. As
Okay.
like services, we need to give the best services to those customers along with the product, along with the need identification. Along like we need to identify their needs, in which
So
products
as an RM, you
they
will be
can
doing need-based selling. That is what you are saying.
yeah,
Need-based selling
need
is
based
what
selling.
we focus on. Okay. Yeah.
So
Anything else?
this things no ma'am, this I want to only
Okay. Let's speak to Ajit. Go ahead, Ajit. Your thoughts?
Uh, as per As per
Yeah.
my knowledge, ma'am, the major role is for relationship manager is to build the relationship with the customer and give the services of
Hmm.
banking services from starting to end to end
Okay.
services. And
Okay.
in the as per that PBRM is a priority RM level, so we have to give the service to the customer and acquire the business from them, and
Okay.
plus give the service to them.
Okay. Yeah. So more or less echoing the same sentiment as we have heard from others as well. Be it
Yeah.
yeah. All right. Yeah. Rohit, your thoughts?
Now there are seven parameters are there for the relationship manager.
Hmm.
Basically, first to understand the customers, to give proper reply with the proper things. Second, to understand the customer needs
Hmm.
and to give the best solution to the customer. Don't sell negative, wrong product to the customer. What the customer needs that we have to give to the customer.
Hmm.
Third parameter, to give the best services to the customer what they are like to get it.
Hmm.
Like the priority customers are there. If they need a family banking, so we have to group to the family banking. In the future, they will not get any charges.
Hmm.
Fourth parameter, we should whatever the customers needed, on a proper time. If they are giving the timing over there, we should go on a proper time to the customer for a meeting and give the importance of the time.
Okay. Yes.
And most important things, we will get a pressure for the product, for the life insurance, for the mutual fund. Don't pressure to the customers for the cross sell. Things what the customer needed, and we should give that product to the customer. Definitely, if we give a good services to the customer, definitely they will come with us and they will take the product.
Okay.
And I can say only one thing: we should increase our NTB, new customers. So definitely, as the customer portfolio will increase, definitely we will get a business from there.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you, Rohit. Yeah. Let's hear it from Adarsh. Go ahead, Adarsh. The role of a relationship manager.
Okay, madam.
Yeah.
Madam, as a major role of a PBRM is to bring more business to the bank in terms of CASA value or asset sales. That's a primary role of a PBRM. And
okay.
Also, every PBRM have a mapped book. So he want to manage a certain group of customers. As they belongs to a priority segment, we need to give priority services to them.
Okay.
So I believe these are the two key areas a PBRM want to concern to improve the bank business, to bring more business to bank, as well as giving priority services to the customers.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. So yes, as all of you all have actually said, all of it very, very relevant and correct in terms of identifying what is the role of a relationship manager. Yeah, Ayush has also raised his hand. Go ahead, Ayush.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Not visible, Ayush.
Sorry. Yes. Now, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Being in priority relationship manager, we people mainly focus on client relationship handling. Coming to business, it comes up when our relationship with customer is pretty good. The business comes in very smoothly. So our primary focus is to maintain a client relationship, a good relationship with them. This includes getting clients and giving financial advices to them also. We can advise wealthy clients on their personal financial needs and goals by suggesting suitable financial product or packages, you say, and handle questions. And most importantly, service is something that priority customers require.
Right.
I mean, this is what they look for.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what and
thank you.
Yeah,
Wonderful. Yeah. Yes,
much,
Ankita also.
And good to see you again, ma'am.
Same here. Same here. Yes. Ankita, go ahead.
Hi, I think so. The basic job of a PBRM is to enhance, deepen, and retain the customer relationship. Enhance in the sense, you should
Ankita, switch on the video as well, please. Please switch on the video as well when we speak, so that we get to see you and others also get a chance to know you. Go ahead. Yeah, please continue. Ankita has received a call or something. Yes, Ankita, please continue.
Sorry, I got a call from the customer. That's why.
No worry.
It was disconnected. Okay, so first is we need to enhance the customer relationship. That we should be regular in touch with the client. Okay, and just ensure that quality customer service is provided to the client. Second is, I think, the deepening. I mean, it is very much mandatory for us as a PBRM to mobilize balances in the accounts. Okay, and make sure that customers are making Axis Bank as their primary bank. Okay.
Yeah.
And third is, I feel, is the product penetration. Product penetration has to happen. Customer should bank as much as he can with the Axis Bank only. And third one, I feel, is the retention. I mean, whatever the service requests are of the client pertaining to any product or any mundane service, I think that should be resolved in the timely manner. So I think
Okay.
that is the basic primary job of a PBRM.
Yes, nailed it, Ankita. Yes, all those important parameters covered in terms of the requirements of the role. Yes, Avradeep, I did see your
Hi,
hand
ma'am.
also.
No, actually,
Yeah.
yeah, actually, Ankita just covered all the points that I was
Yeah.
thinking of telling. So thank you, Ankita, for the points.
Yeah, and
I
I'm
was
sure
just about
each
to
one
tell
of
these
you
points
is
to
aware of it also. Maybe we do
You're
it in bits and
welcome.
pieces. Maybe Ankita could, put it all together in a
Ankita.
good manner. But yes, thank you everyone for contributing. And that is exactly what we are hoping that relationship managers achieve in Axis Bank as well. The priority channel is something which is keenly looked into by the entire bank. It is something that contributes substantial business year on year, and it is a channel that is growing leaps and bounds. Today, when we look at the Indian middle class segment, or the upper middle class, so to say, that we talk about, people who come in the priority channel are professionals, people who are working in senior management position in corporates. We have doctors, we have chartered accountants, we have businessmen, we have senior citizens, we have housewives, we have family banking accounts, right? A lot of these people are coming into the premium channel purely looking for services, looking for products and services that are offered by a premium bank like Axis Bank, everything under a single umbrella. Right. When we are associated with a leading bank like Axis, we can be well assured that the products that we will be getting would be top-notch quality products. We will have very, very competitive pricing. We will have one of the best that is there in terms of offerings. We will also be serviced or assisted by people who are competent, right, in what is it that they do. So today, as the name suggests, relationship banking, it's all about managing relationships. Today, when we look at individuals, you and I, everybody has a couple of bank accounts that we at least have a minimum of one or two, right? And we choose to have banking relationships or transactions with accounts or banks that we are most comfortable with. Today, when we talk about a bank like Axis Bank, a leading bank, has all the technological benefits and platforms to offer to our customers to make banking convenient and easy. We also have a whole range of products. Take any product and I can have a minimum of 5 to 6 variants in that, be it a home loan, be it a business loan, or a credit card or an account. We have something to cater to every segment, every category of customers. And on top of that, we are also willing to customize things for you. So if you're looking at specific solutions that you are expecting from the bank, we can work it out for a particular customer as well. But yes, what remains non-negotiable is superior quality services, quicker and fast stats that customers are expecting. Today's customer is well aware. He knows what is out there in the market, what is the pricing for each of these products, and would want to take the best when it comes to interacting with the bank. So today, when we talk about priority banking, a lot of things will need to be understood very clearly by the RM in terms of role clarity. And that is what we would want to highlight here as well. Give me a minute. Are the slides changing, friends? I seem to. Please confirm if the slide is visible.
No, ma'am.
No,
Yeah, I
No,
thought
ma'am.
as much.
No, ma'am.
There's a slight network drop in my this. Just give me a minute. Let me just quickly switch to an alternative network. Okay, let me reshare it once again. Are the slides visible now, friends?
Yes,
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 ma'am, it
ma'am.
is visible.
All
Yes, ma'am.
right. Yeah.
It's visible.
So today, like I said, the customer is very well aware. He knows what he is expecting from the bank and demands services. Today, when we talk about the priority program, like I said, year on year, substantial increase is coming into this particular channel, and a lot of good business coming to the bank by way of addition of priority account holders, and the kind of business that they contribute to the bank is something that is very, very critical and instrumental for the growth of Axis Bank. And hence the focus on relationship managers and the expectation from each one of you to do well. Right, today you are dealing with a very select set of customers who are affluent, customers who have it in terms of a higher wallet share to offer to the bank in terms of business. And if we don't speak to them and if we don't leverage that business, we are losing out this business to competition, and that is something that we would not want. Each one of you given the task and responsibility to acquire more and more premium customers into the program, and that is what the clear expectation is, the expectation of business. While we bring new customers on board, we also have to take care of these relationships. So it's not as if the job is done once I acquire these customers. Holding on to these relationships becomes equally more critical, because today's world is so fast that today I might have the customer business and tomorrow I've already lost it to competition. So in that fragile state of work, any kind of a customer complaint or a grievance not handled properly, not handled well by the RM, can move it to the competition, and that is something that we would want to avoid. We understand the pains that it takes to onboard a client. Let's do all that we can to hold on to this relationship, because this is someone who is critical for the growth not only of our personal careers but also the organizational growth. So today, when we talk about priority banking, it is one of the flagship proposition of Axis Bank, one of the first premium programs to be introduced in the country. Axis Bank has been an innovator, has been a leader when it comes out with better products for customers, programs and technology that we can do. We have won a lot of awards, and we have the support of customers, which is time and again reiterated from the scores that we receive in terms of multiple surveys that we undertake, or for that matter, the awards and accolades that come our way, which are conferred to us upon customers. So customers also today realize that there are a lot of options for them, but if they want to have the best of services, the best of quality products, the best of team and people handling their accounts, Axis Bank is the place to be. So Axis Bank, again, like the slide says, introduced the first premium banking programs. We identified and we understood that there is a select niche of customers who require certain priority services, and that is what we offered to them. So re-energizing the priority banking is a key focus area for the bank, primarily to capture the higher market share in the growing emerging affluent consumer segment. Today, when we talk about the growth in the middle class or the affluent class, year on year, approximately 28% hike is what we see. If you look at the numbers that the priority banking channel contributes, that is the expectation. And each day, the numbers of priority RMs in the system increases. Right now, we would want quality people, and that's why all of you all were handpicked for this profile. We have what it takes. All we need to do is deliver as expected by the organization. So today, when I talk about priority banking and what a relationship manager is expected to do, the expectation is very, very simple. We are the key initiators of business. Business development is something that is the core focus area for the bank and for the relationship manager. Every interaction that I have, be it with my existing customer or with a prospect that I would want, is focused primarily from the business front. And for me to get that business, leverage that business, I also need to understand that service is not far behind, right? I can't have one in the absence of other, but it is something that goes side by side jointly. Right. So today, if I am an excellent and a good relationship manager, it is expected that I will also be equally competent and good when it comes to service. There would be the clear expectation from the customer, especially our high profile affluent customers, that service is quick, service is prompt, service is error free. Right. A lot of complaints, grievances usually happen when the customer does not get what he or she is expecting. It is a challenge in today's time and age to make sure that we are able to offer customers what is it that they require. Most of you in your conversations about the relationship manager role clarity talked about giving customers what they need. And that is the agenda here. That is the thought here, that we are there at every step of the customer financial and banking journey to help and assist the customer and give them what they need, right? So need-based selling is something that we believe in. And for that, it becomes extremely critical that I understand my client. Who is my customer? What are his or her needs? How best I can help and assist in this journey with the customer. I am also looking for a higher wallet share because premium customers have assets and accounts spread across banks. And I would want them to willingly consider Axis Bank as one of their primary accounts, right? Now, the moment I get that a higher wallet share of the customer, a higher mind share of the customer, it is advantageous for me because customer does most of my transactions through our bank, uses most of our products, and also has a positive word of mouth. So if someone who's using actively the Axis Bank accounts would also talk appreciatively and positively about the relationship manager, about the bank, about the services, right? I also have the agenda to make sure that I get into the close network of the customer, the network of his friends, family, relatives, right? The accounts of the family members like the spouse, the children, the parents, siblings, right? These are things that I would want to additionally gain. So it's not just one particular customer that I'm looking at. I'm also hoping to leverage the relationships of the customer, right? So be it in terms of close family members, be it in terms of references of acquaintances, friends, colleagues that the customer might have dealing in. So that is something that the bank and the RM is keenly trying to leverage. So today, when we talk about Axis Bank and the role of a relationship manager, I would want each RM to contribute to the market share of the bank. Every customer that we bring in on board increases the books, increases the business of the bank, increases the products and services that are being availed by customers, enhance the bank's profitability. More customers use our accounts, better it is for the bank, better it is for you personally, because you tend to make higher incentives, right? Get a higher rewards, get increments and recognition in the organization, build long-term relationships in a highly competitive environment. All of us realize that today when we talk about comparisons of products and services, right, there are a few here and there, very, very parallel, similar products out there in the market. But service is what counts. Service is what makes you stand apart from the others, right? Today, when I'm talking about pitching products to the customers, I need to clearly understand what my USPs are. What are the highlights and benefits that I'm offering to the customer? At the same time, there has to be a clear market awareness as well as to what my competition is offering, what is the price at which they are offering, how or what is the differences that we see or observe between products, because that is something that I will have to face when I'm introducing products to the customer. The objections that come from the customer, be it in terms of competitive products or pricing, right? It could be the quality, it could be what is the benefits that the customer has, right? Are we able to give the customer what he or she needs? So that is something that I would need to be very, very clear. And as a relationship manager, the responsibility increases because I become the single point contact for my customer. As a relationship manager, be it my mapped customer, my portfolio customer, I am supposed to be the person who the customer is in touch with for coming across or handling any and every banking need or investment or financial need that the customer has, which means I need to be proficient and knowledgeable in terms of all the products that are being offered under the Axis Bank umbrella, be it the core products or the third-party affiliated products that I have to offer. I may use the network, I may use and license the services of other people in the organization, but the primary responsibility still lies with me. The accountability still lies with me, right? So I may network with a lot of people to get things organized for my customer, but the customer always interacts with the relationship manager. And that also needs to be understood, that we are one-time contact for the customer and we would want that relationship to grow. So it's not just a one-off interaction, but it's a regular, consistent interaction that grows over time in such a manner that mutually benefits all the people concerned, be it the bank, be it the relationship manager, or for that matter, the customer. So relationship banking is the development of long-term mutually beneficial relationship as opposed to one-time sales. Relationship selling is being customer centric. It is said in Axis Bank, that relationship managers are more in the role of a farmer, right? A farmer has a plot of land, and year on year he nurtures that land for the product to grow, for the produce to grow, right? Output keeps increasing, right? With the same plot of land. And similarly, our relationship is with the customer. I have one customer and I engage and interact with him or her on a regular, consistent basis to ensure that the customer and the RM relationship is productive and the customer avails more and more products and services for us. Unlike the role of a hunter who is interested in a one-time kill, right? So the role of a hunter, there is a target, and I acquire that target, and that's the end, right? There's nothing else coming in. So that is not the relationship that we want. We want every relationship, every customer to feel nurtured, wanted, and feel privileged to be a part of the priority banking vertical. Today, when we talk about the relationship manager, it is a facility that is not offered to one and all, right? Your services come at a cost, are at a premium, right? So today there are a lot of customers in Axis Bank, but it's only with the priority channel and above do you get the services of a dedicated relationship manager. Right? When we talked about the accounts, when we talked about the variants, a whole lot of variants out there for the customer to pick and choose from. But only if he invests a certain amount with the bank in terms of a priority account does he or she get eligible for the dedicated services. And here the account requires a balance of 2 lakh and above to be maintained. And only then do we get a dedicated relationship manager. So here we have customers who have the financial capabilities to maintain accounts and maintain those required balances. And obviously they are expecting a dedicated relationship manager. So the clear agenda from the customer is that I get someone who is competent, who will be able to give or deliver what he or she wants. So I need you to understand that the customer's expectations are going to be sky high. And we need to manage these expectations. We need to give that wow factor every time we interact with the customer. The customer is placing good money to avail of your services, right? So it is at a premium, and we would want the customer to experience the best when he or she comes on board the priority channel. When we talk about the customer pyramid, right? A lot of customers out there, but this is a customer that we'll be dealing with, someone who is well aware, well traveled, someone who has the required financial capabilities to maintain the account and also is digitally savvy, right? This is someone who is very comfortable with technology. So while I am handling a diverse set of customer types, I also need to understand that most of these customers are well versed with technology. And that's why we say adopt technology yourself and become familiar with the various technological platforms that we have to offer to the customer in terms of internet banking, mobile banking. The more you onboard customers onto these platforms, the easier your work also becomes, because otherwise it would be quite challenging to service these customers on a day-to-day basis, right? And that is something that you would need to understand. Today, when I'm talking about customers, when I'm talking about their demands, they can be varied. Like I said, I'm the single point contact for a whole lot of banking requirements that the customer might have, and I should be in a position to deliver. And there are so many easier options that the bank has created in terms of opting for internet banking, mobile banking platforms, through which the customer can substantially take care of business that he or she is looking for. It could be something as simple as an account statement or a checkbook request that the customer wants to make, or something with respect to investments that he would want to track the status of the portfolio, or maybe investments that he would want to enter into, an SIP, or maybe an insurance product that he would want to take, right? There are easier, faster, quicker alternatives out there on the digital platforms. Are we informing the same to the customer? Are we leveraging the benefit of the technological platforms in our interactions with the customer? That is something that we would want to be aware of, right? So today, when we talk about the customer pyramid, we are lucky and we are having access to customers who are very comfortable digitally. Majority of your customers will be very comfortable using the digital platforms, and all it requires you is inform them, share with them what are the benefits that they can use and the effective way in which they can use these platforms to do their banking transactions, right? So that is something that you would want to be aware of. Today, a lot of benefits come with the priority program. And when we look at the product, the priority banking proposition, we will understand the whole array of benefits and features that the bank provides under the priority program, something that is better than what the industry competitors offer. And we will be having a detailed understanding of the priority program as well. So these are insights that you as a relationship manager should clearly have. When we talk about the role, and if we were to break down into main pillars of what is the role of a relationship manager, these are the 4 pillars that we would say is the primary responsibility of a relationship manager. First being acquisition. This is the foremost and the most important role of a relationship manager, where you're acquiring new business. As a part of a relationship manager, you get assigned a portfolio of customers. Servicing these customers, making sure that you handle their day-to-day requirements is one bit. But we also want to constantly look for opportunities for additional business coming in. So that is something that you need to understand, where business development becomes one of the core features of a relationship manager. So acquire new customers, engage with both existing and new customers, and onboard new to bank customers. I would want the onboarding to be as smooth and hassle-free for the customer. It is the first time the customer is engaging with Axis Bank and you as the relationship manager. The more smoother the transition, the better is the customer experience. Better is the customer experience, better is the opportunity for us to engage with the customer and look for additional cross-sell opportunities and engage with the customer for family banking and all those related business opportunities that you were talking about. So I would want every customer who's onboarded or acquired with us, we would want to grow that relationship as well. We would want to take it to the next level. We are not happy with customer accounts remaining as it is, or having no transactions. We would want these accounts to be actively used. Remember, in our conversations, we talked about customers wanting and treating their Axis accounts as the primary bank accounts. And that would happen only if there are transactions happening in the account. There is no sense having a bank account that is idle for the last 3 years with a balance of 2 lakh, right? It is not bringing you any kind of added effective business. But if I have an account that is constantly being used, transacted upon, and the customer opts for more and more products from us, that is where the account becomes profitable and running. So I would want every account to be, or every customer to consider the Axis Bank accounts as the primary bank accounts. And that doesn't happen overnight. It takes time to manage that relationship, to develop that relationship. And that's why we say the trust is important in a relationship. Where the customer trusts you to give him the best, trust your advice, trust the kind of suggestions that and recommendations that come from you. So I need you to enhance the business. I need you to look at identifying needs and opportunities. And most of you covered these points as well in discussions where we talked about need-based selling and giving customers what they want. When customers get what they want, they are satisfied. And if that experience has been good, then there's a wow and a delight factor as well, which prompts them to avail for more opportunities from us, more products from us, recommend and refer people around them, right? Cross-sell financial products today with a bank like Axis Bank, where we have a whole range of products and services to offer. There are umpteen opportunities, infinite opportunities with every customer, right? With every relationship that we have. And we would want the RM to use these relationships effectively to cross-sell financial products, right? There are a lot of opportunities for every customer. Use this to engage with the customer. Deepen the relationship, mobilize deposits. And we did hear Ankita summing it up very beautifully, right? Mobilizing deposits, acquiring family accounts, cross-sell sticky products, right? When we talk about sticky products, something specific that comes to mind, what exactly are we referring to here? What are sticky products? Anyone?
This is Rana Jitman. I think we can give the credit card, and as well as we can give the any asset loans that he will means customer will use for pay that EMI and all. for that he will stick to the bank.
Okay. All right. Yes, Darshan.
Hi, ma'am.
Abhishek, fixed deposits and RDs,
Abhishek, hold on. I was just speaking
these
to
are okay.
Darshan. Coming to you in a minute. Let Darshan complete. Yes, Darshan. You're not audible. I see your mic is unmuted, but I don't hear you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm audible now.
Yeah, you are audible now. Go ahead.
So as Ajit said, rightly said, ma'am, we are 4 to 5 products which can be notched to the customer, like credit card, like loans, and like SIPs, RDs, mutual fund products, and loans as well, ma'am. Car loan, home loans, LAP, LAS. These are the product we can notch to customers to engage longer with us.
Okay. So the tenure is what you're talking about here, where we have a longer relationship with the customer. All right.
10
Yeah.
to 20 years.
Okay. Yes, Abhishek, your thoughts?
Others is rightly pointed that the products like FDs, RDs, digital SIPs. So these are the products uh, which customers have more emphasis on. So these products can be a sticky products, and customer can have a longer relationship with us.
Correct. All right. Yes, Ayush.
Yes, ma'am. For me, I guess, if we sell products like if a customer uh, is a businessman, if we sell them any POS machine or ADC product to them, so what happens is even if we fail sometimes, it happens if we fail sometime giving services to them, so it becomes chances for us to. It is hard for customer to remove that particular product. I mean,
Yes.
So we get chance to recover or do things that recover our past, recover that customer past experience, that any bad experience that he has. If we cross sell him any home loan, if he's having any home loan or any such products with the bank, so what happens that it becomes some sort of compulsion for customer to stay, and it becomes opportunity for us to better our relationship with the customer, so that we can retain it in a better way.
All right. Yeah, correct. Yes. Suresh?
Ma'am, longer, if you want to engage client in longer way, then there are like mutual funds and access direct products and PM. We have a daily conversation with the client on that matter.
Okay.
Day-to-day conversation would be possible to the client.
Right. So today, when we talk about cross-selling sticky products, the reason why we want customers to avail of more products is we would want to ring fence the relationship. Today, if a customer just holds a single account or a single relationship with an account with a bank, for example, he just has a fixed deposit with us, or maybe just has a savings account with us, or just uses a credit card from us, right? It is very easy for the customer to move away every time there is an attractive offer by the competition or something else that breaks the relationship and trust, right? Like Ayush said, there could be times when there are service failures at our end, and if we don't ring fence the customer, or if we don't take care of the relationship, there are chances that the customer easily moves out, stops the relationship at our end and moves to a competition bank. Now, if we value the relationship, we would want to make sure that the customer is onboarded onto multiple products and services of the bank. At any given point in time, it becomes difficult for the customer to exit the relationship because there are so many things parallelly running. I have a home loan, I have a trading account with Axis Bank, I have fixed deposits and SIPs that I have made investments in. It becomes very difficult for the customer to exit out of the blue a relationship, and also maybe gives us an opportunity to recover from what the service failures are. A lot of these relationships are extremely fragile. A priority customer, like I said, has demands, And rightfully so, because he's placing that kind of relationship with the bank. So it's not wrong that he demands, but many a times in our day-to-day operations, there could be times where we are not able to meet up with the expectations of the customer. So while we do our best to do that, what happens in case if there is a failure, right? We would want to be given that second opportunity to recover from that. And that would happen only if we have these kind of relationships which are protected, and the customer finds it difficult overnight to move on to a competition bank. So cross-selling sticky products becomes important. Ensuring customers make us their primary bank account. When a customer treats Axis Bank account as the primary account, we can rest assured that all the transactions of the customer are routed through our bank account primarily, right? Be it the payment of the school fees of the children, or the various investments that the customer makes, or the day-to-day transactions in terms of expenditure and households that the customer has to incur. Everything happens through us, right? So we become the primary account where funds are coming in. We become the account from where funds are moving out. We have better control and we have better insights into the customer transactions, his lifestyle, his investments, his assets that he's holding, or the liabilities that the customer has. So as a overview, I have a complete overview of the customer portfolio, and I am in control and I know what are the things that the customer is availing of. I also have an idea and insight in terms of what is the products that the customer is availing from competition as well, right? With all these things, it becomes very, very easy for me to hold on to the relationship, give the customer what he or she wants, recover from any kind of failures that the customer might have experienced, right? At any given point in time when we are dealing with a bank like Axis, customer focus, customer centricity is the key. Not only are we doing our best to give customer what he wants, we are also checking from the customer as feedback, as suggestions from time to time, to understand what are the things that he or she feels is not getting, or service is not appropriate, or maybe this is something that the customer is looking out for. So customer feedback and customer voice is given due importance in a bank like Axis. We want to hear what the customer has to say about the quality of products and services offered, about the team or the staff that is handling or managing the accounts. And because we listen to the customer, we are able to bring in those changes. At any point in time, if there's a course correction required or any kind of upgrade that is required in our products and services, we are listening to the customer, to the voice of the customer. We also address the customer complaints and grievances. Since we are working in such a close connect with the customer, anytime things like these crop up, we are proactively, we are trying to make sure that we do not, that such instances don't arise. But in spite of our best efforts, if there are grievances and complaints from the customer side, we would want to ensure that these get handled effectively. So much so that, the customer is happy with the resolution and there is no chance or scope of recurrence of a similar complaint in the future. So these are things that the steps that we would want to take. At any point in time, if I am engaging with the customers effectively, regularly, routinely, chances are that I am in sync with what the customer wants and the pulse of the requirement of the customer, right? So be it through various campaigns or the nudges that I keep receiving from time to time, the alerts in terms of funding or a movement of funds that has happened, or maybe customer has availed of a new product, I am constantly in touch with the customer transactions as well. And that's how we go about retaining the customer. The more customers we have, the more is the loyalty that they have towards us. And that's a relationship that prospers for everyone, right? The customer is happy because he's well taken care of, gets quality products. The bank is happy because we have more and more happy customers on board. The RM is happy because he or she keeps making the targets and keeping earning incentives, right? So there is a win-win for all parties involved. Today, when we talk about the setup of the relationship banking, this is more or less how the hierarchy looks. Depending upon the branch that you are placed, the relationship manager may be a single relationship manager or maybe working as a part of a team of relationship managers, all reporting into a BRH, a branch relationship head, who in turn reports into the branch manager. In smaller branches, maybe the relationship manager directly reports into the branch head, but this is how the hierarchy would look. The branch manager in turn reports to the cluster head, the circle head, and effectively the retail branch banking head. So this is the priority banking setup. A lot of opportunities for you to grow. In fact, today we have a session from a senior BRH who talks about the career growth and the graph of a relationship manager in Axis Bank. So would want you to attend that session and listen to those insights. The training program is built in with a lot of people coming in from time to time, talking to them about their products, about what is it that they have to offer. So this is in a nutshell, the setup of the priority banking. We also have the bank offering you priority banking accounts. So today it's not only the customers who enjoy the priority banking account, but we also have the RMs enjoying the benefits of priority banking, right? So that is something that is wonderful. Yes, I have Rachit here. Go ahead, Rachit.
Yes, ma'am. Again, just to remind you that senior PBRM session will be going to start at 12:15.
12:15, yes.
And all other 3 batches will be going to join your batch only.
In this batch, wonderful, great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rachit, for that.
And after 1:30 to 2:30 is the lunch timing. And after that, your session will be yours.
Yes. Thank you for that information.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah. So today when we talk about the priority account, all of you also enjoy the same benefits of priority banking because your accounts are tagged as priority staff accounts. That is something that you can look forward to because this is something where you yourself can get to experience what is the benefits that a customer enjoys through priority banking, right? So the same benefits available to you as well in the form of a priority staff account. All you need to do is understand what are the features and benefits that are offered under priority banking, experience it, and you can have a better word of mouth to the customer because you are someone who has experienced the same. So experience, understand, communicate is the tagline what we would want you to say, where customers and you can experience the world of priority banking. Today, if I have experienced the product, if I understand what the services and features are, I have a better stand when I am sharing the same experience with the customer. You get to absorb, you get to understand and experience, and then by the same, when you share the same with the customer, you are in a better position to share the same. Not everybody gets that opportunity. Today, there are a lot of options there, but it's only you who get to enjoy the benefits of a priority banking account as well. Because by default, you're in this channel, you get to enjoy the same. And that is something that you must appreciate and understand, that the bank is sharing the benefits of priority banking with the RMs as well. All right. So these are some of the things that I wanted to share with each one of you all. Yes, Ajit has something to say. Go ahead.
Ma'am, actually, our account has opened, my account has opened in the Liberty. So it will automatically convert it to priority staff or like
I think for a period of within 2 to 3 months time, it takes time as a part of regular upgrades. Those do get happen. Only thing, the card you have to, you yourself have to upgrade to the priority card.
Okay, I can apply for this priority card or
through internet banking, as it says in the slide, you will have to apply for the priority debit card.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is something that I would want to share with each one of you all. Yeah. Any other questions at this point in time? All right. So if there are no questions, let's take a quick break for about 15 minutes. We have the BRH joining for the discussion at about 12:15. And let's take a quick break and come back and then join the session. Yeah, before we proceed to the break, Avradeep has something to say. Go ahead, Avradeep.
Hi, ma'am. No, actually, my account was opened under the head of SBSTF instead of PBSTF. So, can I upgrade it to PBSTF?
Yes, because by default, all priority RMs also get to enjoy the priority services and their accounts get tagged as priority banking, as priority staff accounts. What interims, these happens in timeline, so it doesn't happen by default immediately on joining. It might take some time. So as when the regular upgrades happen, the same is also applicable for you as well. Okay. How long have you been in the system, Avradeep?
I've joined in 26th of July, just 2 months.
Okay. In the meanwhile, maybe you could check up with someone in the team, the operations team, and check whether the upgrade can happen, because that's what I've been given to understand, that these get upgraded automatically as and when the customer or the staff has spent a sizable amount. I think roughly about 2 to 3 months in the system. Subsequently, the upgrades happen.
Ma'am,
Okay,
and this one we can check it in that net banking also, right? Whether this account is upgraded or not, whether that customer
Yes,
can
you'll
see.
be able to see. Yes, you'll be able to see. Yeah.
Yeah. So we can check from the net banking also whether it's updated or not, upgraded or
Yes.
not, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. So wonderful. Let's take that quick break and be sure that you are back in session by 12:15. Okay. All right.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
okay, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, your voice is not coming. That's why.
Acha, no, we are waiting for the speaker to join us. We are expecting Mr. Chandrasekhar to join us shortly. So then we'll start the session. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Do we have Mr. Chandrasekhar in session?
Ma'am, he will be joining soon. I had just talked to him, and
Okay.
he said that he will be joining in 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Batch 45 would request you please switch off your camera. Once needed, we'll ask you to on. Batch 45 and others, please switch off your camera. Once needed, we'll ask you to unmute. Please switch off your camera, everyone.
Requesting all participants to switch off their cameras, please. Please switch off your cameras and put yourself on mute, please. Friends, we are awaiting Mr. Chandrasekhar to join us shortly. Would request everyone to switch off their videos and keep yourself in mute. Don't have the speaker.
Rohit, please switch off your camera. Rohit, Suraj, Gina. Rohit, please switch off your camera.
Vidya ma'am, sir has joined.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome to the session, Mr. Chandrasekhar. Friends, let me just introduce you to Mr. Chandrasekhar. He is a Circle Planning Manager for Hyderabad Circle. So over to you.
Hey, hi. Good afternoon to all of you. Or rather, I would say, good afternoon. Hope all of you are doing really good today and hope your Dashera went really well. All of you would have spent good time with your families. And welcome all of you to this very, very prestigious program, which we call Priority Banking. And I'm proud of it. And I'm sure during the course of your training program, you will be proud of this program. Well, my name is Chandrasekhar. I've been with the bank for now 12 years. Prior to this, I was working in the similar roles in the branch banking department only, and I've been associated with the premium banking for last 4 years. And I've seen how this program has emerged and how people have grown in stature. During their period in this organization. So if I understand that we have people from all over India here.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
So,
Yes,
oh,
sir.
great, wonderful, wonderful. So I'm just testing if everybody is attentive to me or not. Yeah. So good to see a Bharat Darshan here happening for me. Sitting in Hyderabad, I'll be able to connect with all the people all over India. So in a way, it's a Bharat Darshan which is happening for me. So let me. Yeah, I think that presentation. Who is uploading, ma'am?
Yeah, I will just upload it for you. Just give me
Yeah,
a
sure,
minute.
sure. Thank you. So what are we here for? And I want this to be an interactive session. I don't want to be a boring monologue, Shekhar talking and nobody else is talking. Let's have this is more of a conversation. And whoever can come on video, please come on video. And whoever cannot, okay, that's fine. But anybody who can come on video, please open up your videos and let's have a good conversation. Yeah, Sunil Banya, very good. Thank you so much, Sunil. And who is else? Yeah, wow. A lot of people are opening up their video screens. If you are working in a branch or somebody, please go in a place where you can actually focus for next 30-35 minutes so that. Okay, so we are into, we call ourselves as PBRMs, Priority Banking RM. So can anybody come online and say that, what is that your expectation on this? What do you think is the role? Yeah, Ranjit Naveen. Please.
As per my knowledge, sir, that our job is to enhance the customer to means we have to manage the portfolio and acquire the business from them and enhance them and retain the customers.
Okay, so make a note of that. You said what? Meet the customer, enhance the relationship. Is that what you said?
Yeah, and acquire the business from them to give the better service and better financial needs.
Okay, wonderful. Good definition. Good start. Everybody else.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Mr. Rohit.
Yeah.
Pradeep.
Yes. Yeah, hi Pradeep. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Relationship manager role is basically to like enhance or deepen the relationship with the help of the product third party or the like to increase the product holding kind of thing. But main thing is to enhance the relationship in the many ways.
So how do you do that, Pradeep?
Yeah, hi. Deepen the relationship, like if customer is holding only like CASA or FD, so we have to deepen, like we have to enhance the relationship in kind of like to giving the credit card or a kind of loan or the locus or like to secure their health or life. The into the like many hooks kind of thing we have to just put it into the customers in the way, sir.
Good, very nice. Pradeep, your name, right?
Saloni
Yes,
this
sir.
side, sir.
Yeah, good, good. So my class from my side, it's a good start, Pradeep. Well done. Very, very nicely put across. Yeah, as we go along, and I'm sure we will have more conversations like this, and we'll get deeper into our thought process and see how we can help the customer and how we can help the bank in terms of, yeah, those who have raised the hand, I'll come back to them for sure. Just give me a minute. Okay, if we can go to the next slide, ma'am. Right. So I'm sure you can read a lot of things there, but for me, the most important line is growing, emerging, affluent consumer segment. So, what is your understanding of this growing, emerging, affluent consumer segment? Anyone who raised your hand, what do you understand by a growing, emerging, affluent consumer segment? So it says re-energizing priority banking is a key focus area of bank primarily to capture higher market share in the growing, emerging, affluent consumer segment. So what is this growing, emerging, affluent consumer segment?
Sir, may I?
Yeah,
This
please.
is Anand. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Sir, growing, emerging, and means affluent means whichever that customer who is giving the good feedback. Along with that, he is using our banking longer time and is retained with the banking product.
Okay, ठीक है. Anyone else?
Sir, Ramesh sir.
Ramesh, बोलो.
Sir, growing, emerging, affluent consumer segment. It means whatever the current in the market, competitive markets is there, sir. In that we are in the top priority, top in the position, like even in the shareholdings or everything. If the customer, we will guide you as a financial advisors.
Sir, may I?
Please, please. One more will take and then we'll move on. We'll discuss about it.
Sir, I am Devashish. From my understanding, it is like as a country, the India is growing at a phenomenal rate, and we are aspiring to become a 5 trillion economy. Now, in this growing economy, we know that India is basically a consumer-driven market. So the different customer base, as per the banking understanding, we have a new customer base which is emerging, who is very aspirational, who are spending more on their lifestyles, and who are buying properties. And basically, the customers who are like our priority customers, who are maintaining a balance of 2 lakh and above. Now we will see a rise in this kind of a segment. Now, in this segment, we want to be a market leader. So that is basically the purpose of grooming the RMs is like empowering us, and also bringing this kind of a benefit to the customers, equipping us with the this products as well as the process and the digitalizations. So basically, it is a wholesome effort from the bank side to reach out to the customers with a smarter way of banking and with smart people.
Wow, great. So you are one of those smart people who are there sitting out there. Well done, good answer. It more or less covers a lot of points which we thought we can go back once, please. Go back, please. Yeah, thank you. To me, a very simple definition of a emerging, growing affluent segment is the person who just started saving money in his life. If you try and understand that, when you start your job, you don't have enough money in your hand. After putting all the expenses, you hardly save anything. Okay, most of us would experience that. But as we grow along in our careers, as we go along in our lives, okay, we reach a point where there is a break even, so to say. We all have done our MBAs, and that is where the expenditure starts beating the income. Right, so that is where this emerging market share growing comes up. So now try and understand this kind of, and why I want to emphasize more on this point is because the psychology of this person, we need to understand the kind of what is the psychology of this customer who just started saving. and they will have huge financial goals. Huge financial goals. So of course, they would look at, they will look for house, they will look for cars, they will look for stabilizing their families. They're just into their family building, and have their dreams in terms of their family, dreams in their house, their dreams of their cars, and how they're going to spend their holidays in the future. That is that emerging segment which is coming up now. Do we understand the aspiration of this segment? And if we understand the aspiration of this segment, our job is easy, and we just have to align ourselves to the aspiration of this segment. So probably this is first thing, we need to understand what is the psychology of these customers, and how do we going to align with these customers and help them building their dreams. Agree, disagree? How many of you say agree? Just share your thumbs up chat box पे कुछ भी बोल दो. Oh, okay. Well, so many. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on to next. Okay, now that we understood that what is the psychology of these clients, these people who are there, whom we're going to deal with day in day out. What are my key roles? How do I build this relationship? How many of you think that increasing market share, enhance profitability, and build up a long-term relationship? How do you do this? What is the key to do this?
Sir, to build the best relationship with the customer, to give the better service to him, then only he will banking with us, and he will give he will use our whatever that products we are giving, and he will generate the profit from them. And majorly focus, we have to do the best services. First we will give the better service, then only that customer will acquire, and then they will give the business.
So let's get into the first part of it. It says increase market share. So how do you do this? Increase market share. What do you understand by market share?
Market share, like whatever that products we are providing, in that we are generating means we are giving the best product in whatever that product available in the market.
Okay. Anybody else want to give a shot on market share?
Ramesh sir, suppose any products of the bank, suppose from the starting onwards, CASA is a primary thing to the customer enter into the bank. If suppose how many customers, if suppose in a city is suppose in a 100 members is there, in that some competitive banks also having the accounts, but in that how many customers we acquire related to all the products. How many customers in that group is there, but how many customers having the products whatever we are providing, that is the market share, sir.
Okay, so say Hyderabad market has 1,000 crores, this emerging affluent segment, out of which how much book value we have is the market share, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So we may have 50 crores, 100 crores, 1,000 crores, whatever we have.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Exactly.
So how do I increase it? So if I want to, let's benchmark. Say I want to grow by 20% per annum. What are the key things? Now, how as a relationship manager, the key initiator of this business, a person who's going to bring more value to the organization, what are that you are going to do to improve this? And is it only through the customers who are existing, or you focus on bringing more customers from outside also, from the market?
Yes, bringing the customers from the outside.
In that we have to more focus on the entity.
Wait a second, one person at a time, please. Sorry, one person at a time.
Both the ways, sir.
Okay. Jinnapuru. Jinnarapu.
Sir.
Yeah.
Jinnarapu, sir. And first of all, ETB customers, they are the key to the bank. So whatever the queries and everything, just we need not to go outside. First of all, they take care of the ETB customers. From that, we will generate the NTB the most. If the ETB customer is happy, then only we will generate more business from them. If suppose the priority customer having the circle in that priority group members only. He's in friend circle or everything. So that was my idea, sir. With that, both ETP and NTP is more equal part, sir.
Okay, great. Good answer. Good answer. So if you want to increase your market share, you have to equally focus on bringing customers from outside and also nurture the talent which is inside. You want to build a good bouquet, then you have to ensure the good garden, you have to nurture that entire plantation, you have to nurture. And once you do that, within that plantation, you start getting the new plants coming in. So your ETB book and your NTB book, both are very, very important. And once you increase the market share, do you think the profitability is automatically increased? And why do you think so? So you increase the market share. Do you think the profitability will increase?
Sir, may I give the answer?
Yes, please.
Sir, in that case, if we focus if we focus in the ETB as well as in the NTB, if we give the better service and better product, definitely that customer will give the references, and on that references we will enhance our bank's profitability.
See, olden days, when there was a monopoly, okay, in the market, one bank used to be there, and everybody used to bank. And I'm not talking about very far away, maybe about 20-25 years back. The situation was that the banks were very limited, and the customers have lesser choices. Today, customer is a king. Everything is a customer centric. So whether you look at the product or the placement of your branches or the people who want to service them is all towards the customer centricity. Now, because the competition has increased, it is equally very, very important for all of us to be there for the customer all the time. So how do I bring this relationship to in a highly competitive environment? So is it that one time transaction that the customer comes and deposits cash and then leaves, or the relationship which is going to run for multiple transaction, multiple product lines is going to help?
Hi, sir. Ankita here. I think in terms of increasing profitability and the market share, I think so strengthening loyalty with the customer is one of the most important aspect.
Okay. And how do you build the loyalty?
I mean, by serving the customer in a timely manner, and by resolving all the requests and whatever issues the client is facing. So I think so it will strengthen the loyalty of the customer towards our bank, which will eventually which will eventually I think will lead to the product penetration as well. I mean, if the customer is doing for say only TDs, he might end up giving insurance and the other products as well to the bank. So that means in that way we are anyway capturing the market share as well of the bank, of the market.
So all gets encapsulated into one line, and that is called trust.
Trust, yeah.
Yeah. So if trust of the customer, are we the one? Our successful relationship manager is the one who gets the first call of the customer for any financial need they have. And sometimes I've seen non-financial needs also. And I'll explain that, how it is. Okay. Do you agree to this? If you have to be a relationship manager, forget about cross-sell products. Anything a customer is in a challenge, and a customer picks up the phone and treats you like a family member and tells you, boss, I have this problem. And I'll give you one example of one of my relationship managers, and it's a very touching story. This guy in a peak COVID time, this lady is about 75-80 years of lady who used to stay in India, and the kids used to stay in Australia. And one day what happened, so this customer called him from Australia and say, my mother is not picking up my phone for last 4 or 5 days. I have no one to connect because it's a peak COVID time. Nobody is traveling outside their home. I want your help in terms of checking as to what has happened to my mother. She's not picking up my phone. This guy went to his house in Hyderabad and started to knock the door. She didn't open. He felt a little suspicious. He called up 2 3 neighbors, whoever could come. They tried forcefully open the door and found that lady was no more. So he informed the person there back in Australia saying that she's no more, and then she was not picking up the phone. That person was not in a position to come to India. Okay, neither any of his relatives were in a position to come to the rescue. This fellow went and did that all the rituals which are supposed to be done post the death, and was awarded. Of course, he has done a great gesture to the customer, and therefore I mean by it is financial and non-financial. It just need not be financial all the time. The more the relationship we have on a non-financial terms, the more. I'm not saying that you go out and do his family work. Please don't mistake me. But I'm saying for a customer, if the relationship goes beyond the financial terminologies, and that's when he start talking about his visits to nearby locations. If the family visit, so he says, I want to go to Ooty, and if you have anybody who's there who can help me, and within your customer relationship base, you have a travel agent who can assist this customer. You kind of put them together, and that is where your relationship starts building. So you leverage on your book. The ETB book which you have is a diamond, ready to explore. It's a huge database which is available, different type of customers, different type of profiles, and how are we leveraging on each of these profiles is going to make a huge difference as a relationship manager. And therefore it is just not selling one time. It is all about selling your service to that person, and you're selling the concept to the person and giving that wow experience every time customer meets you. And I think if you do that, there is nothing going to stop you as a relationship manager to succeed. So if we say customer first in every respect, all the benefits which bank is giving, are we able to share it with the customer and express that in the right manner? So are we good till now? Share some feedback.
Yes, sir.
Go to next. Are we good? Yeah. Okay. Is it boring?
No, sir.
Oh, all right. Chalo. Next slide, ma'am. Okay. As we have talked about. Sorry. Go back, please. Yeah, as we have talked about, why you are the most important person in the organization. If you look at, you are the first time, or if suppose you have a customer who is growing in the system from a basic banking to a emerging premium, which is like a prestige account, and probably as you go into the system, you'll understand what is a prestige account, what is a prime account. However, this is the first time we introduce an RM to the customer through a priority banking program. A customer who maintains 2 lakh rupees, but I'm really not bothered about what is the balance and all that stuff, because today, what are we selling? What do we sell to the customer? Anyone can come online. So what do we sell to the customer?
Our service.
And
sir, relationship.
Sir, we sell the knowledge.
Sir, it's an experience, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Who was that? Can you come on video, please? Possible to come on video?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who said experience?
Sir, Jigar Shah.
And one more lady said. There was one lady who said we sell experience. You're on mute, ma'am.
It's me, Neha Singh, sir.
Neha ji, boliye. What do we sell?
It's experience. We sell the experience, sir. The
Absolutely
better
brilliant.
experience, the better performance, the better results, sir.
Absolutely. Every time customer walks up to you, And experience in two senses, okay, in true sense. Today if you tell the customer that you have to maintain a 2 lakh balance and all that stuff, customer may or may not able to understand what you are going to give it to him. What does that Taj give you? When you go to a Taj hotel, what is that you get?
Service.
Experience.
Experience, of course.
Experience. When you go to any like elite showrooms, you go to Mercedes showroom, what is it they give you? Will they sell Mercedes? And do you need to sell Mercedes?
They know.
Do you need to sell Mercedes?
Yes, because we,
Isn't a big brand in itself that you don't have to sell Mercedes?
yes,
Am I right? So what is that a Mercedes is all about? Mercedes is all about pride. Mercedes is all about the flaunting that car. Mercedes is all about the experience. Mercedes is all about richness. Mercedes is all about the flair which it brings onto the road. So should we focus on the transactions or the concepts?
On the concept.
So if you go to the next slide, we'll have more concept coming in. So till this point, all good?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So I want you to please go through some of the experiences which are mentioned there. So above part, which says 2 lakh SQ, AQB, 4 lakhs of CASA AQB, and those who do not understand what is AQB, please let me know. All of you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then all of you understand this TRV?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so look at this.
Yes,
Look at this pyramid, which has been nicely displayed. As you go down on the pyramid, which is all about transactional, it all talks about first jobber, early jobber, mid management, and here comes our emerging guys who have the big dreams, who has the big thought process, who has the money to spend, who has the money to take people onto for celebrations, go out and go for tourism. They have money to uplift and somebody said spending money. So if you look at, we offer them Taj Epicure program, Vivanta Hotels complimentary Epicure programs, travel experience through Vistara Forex card, comprehensive health insurance through Aditya Birla. So what are we talking? What we focus in our selling?
Sir, in
Is the
that
part
we are giving the confidence to the customer to enjoy their goals, financial goals as well as personal goals.
Okay. Okay. And how you are important to them in this journey?
In that we are giving the knowledge to the customer about that features and benefit of that program or product.
Okay. So when you are selling the product, what should be the first pitch you should have? And I'm getting the same person answering it. So I would probably request some other people who have raised their hands to come, and Rajneet have answered enough. I think his understanding levels are really good. Please move on to some other person who has raised a hand. So maybe Debashi should maybe come online and then talk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So Devashish, where do we focus? How do we focus? What is the thing which you will? So to say, for example, I am your customer today. I'm your customer today. What do you think you're going to tell me about the priority program? I'm sure you still have a training to go, but I'm just trying to take you a little further.
Sir, there are few.
So sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, before starting with the customer, we need to little bit of know about the profile of the customer. So I can start with benefits with the cards, the lifestyle benefits which have been provided with the card features. And if the customer is a travel savvy, or even if it's not travel savvy, but normally most of the people do travel once in a year with the family. So
Hmm.
I can also provide him the benefit of the lounge accesses and all the features with the card.
Hmm.
And if it is
Hmm.
a program, then I can pitch in my Vistara Forex card. And along with that, I can
Hmm.
also pitch in the family banking, wherein he actually join in his family members with a
Hmm.
low with the benefit of the family banking, and can also avail the similar lounge facilities cards for them as well.
Hmm.
This
Hmm.
is one part of
Hmm.
spending. At the same time, I can also help him plan his savings by creating SIPs to fund his
Hmm.
year-end expenses for the travel. Or maybe if he's
Hmm.
planning to buy a car, I can actually onboard him into a better scheme with the
Hmm.
profiling so that he can actually get a better return on his investments. At the same
Hmm.
time, we have also campaigns going on from time to time for this fixed deposit at a higher rate of interest. If he is having a
Hmm.
family members like a father, pension holders whose bank account is in SBI, then in other bank, PSU banks. So we can actually
Hmm.
pitch in and ask them for the deposits so that it will not only help for the family banking, but also
Hmm.
actually value addition. And
Hmm.
also with this locker benefits are there. So he can
Hmm.
enjoy the lockers, our small size lockers, medium size lockers, 50% rental waivers, large
Hmm.
size lockers, 25% rental waivers. So these benefits we
Hmm.
can actually enroll him. And if he is suppose in a location where Taj is there, Taj Epicure program is going to benefit.
Hmm.
Plus is so we have also a current account facility. So we're a host actually in a terms of priority banking, we have now come up with a host of products, lot of products we have come
Hmm.
up. So we have to
Hmm.
just little bit do the profiling of the customer and trying to fit in the right product to his kitty so that he will start experiencing those products from our side. And as a relationship manager, my job basically would be to entrust that process would be smooth, the onboarding process would be smooth, whatever the
Hmm.
product it takes.
Hmm.
So basically,
Hmm.
sir, the communication with the customers every now and then for every festivals, every occasions, birthday from normal birthday to his family functions or normal functions, that
Hmm.
all the small activities which has been happening in the bank, small changes, regulatory changes, small activities like a KYC for which it would be a hassle for a doctor to visit the bank. In that case, the priority RM's job is to go to the doctor in a convenient time and get the KYCs done. So small things we can actually do and empower the customer. Like I would like to share my one experience. He is a doctor and he's owning a hospital. But when I go to him, he give me half an hour time, more than half an hour time to discuss for his mutual fund investments. He's actually very keen on mutual fund, how the financial market is doing, because the right now we are going through a lot of hassle. So many things we can actually empower the customer, knowledge sharing to the customers, and at the same time winning the trust and taking him more, doing him more to transact with the bank actually through many multiple products. That is the most important thing from a RM's point of view. The more that customer transact with the account, like our digital banking, net banking, EMIs, logging in, and I mean EMI tagging into his internet banking, Axis Bank internet banking, payments of the credit cards from his Axis Bank internet banking. So all these things will make the customer compelled to use the account more and more, bringing in more funds to the account at the end of the month or the beginning of the month, and slowly take away the lion's customers primary, become a primary banker to him.
Very well done,
Super.
Debashish. Let me clap
Chandra.
for you. You have summed up the entire program in a very
So,
nutshell. Very well done. Very good understanding of yours.
thank you so
Very
much,
well done.
Chandra.
Yeah, somebody is unmuted, so let me just mute him. Right. Thank you, Debashish. Yeah, so basically, what we want to talk about, what we are telling is that we are not talking about the value, 2 lakh, 4 lakh, 10 lakh, 15 lakh. It doesn't matter. Suppose you get a value for money. We have seen that we have so just take an example of yours only. What is that you takes you to a high end hotel? Or a high-end, if you travel in a third AC or a second AC or a first AC, what makes you? The travel is the same. When you travel from Delhi to Bombay, you're going to the most important thing is to reach Bombay. But why would we take a flight? Why would we take first AC or a second AC, or do we take Rajdhani or any other train which gives you a better facility, is all about the experience. They're all about Bharat, please, you wanted to say something. Ronak, Suraj is raised his hand for long now. Suraj, you want to say something?
Yes. Yes, sir. It's all together. I mean, as you have rightly said, why we travel. I mean, the mode it's very much same, but we travel by flight just to. I mean, experience those aura, the treatment, the service which we get. It's kind of a world class treatment which helps to build a kind of a trust, a family bonding, a belongingness that really helps. I mean, to keep that association and connectivity with the brand. That is what all about.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Suraj. Um, the more the experience we talk about, and the most important, I'm sure you'll they will cover it in the future sessions as to how we position these products. It's important that giving out, you don't go out and give out all the information. You would rather ask right questions which will enable the customer to understand the value of each of these product propositions. So suppose I'm giving him a Forex card or a Vistara card for free, then the customer should understand what could be the value if he is not with the Axis Bank. So for example, lounge. Suppose you go to an airport lounge and you spend about 1500 rupees for an airport lounge for a lunch. And suppose your family is traveling along with you, and so about 2-3 people are there, then you're spending about 1500 into 3, that's about close to 5000 rupees you are spending. But that entire 5000 rupees is absolutely free of charge for you just because you are an Axis Bank customer. So please understand that the more we give these wonderful experience to the customer, more we tell them. One more thing, you see, there is a edge reward point. Every time a customer does a transaction, whether it's a digital mode or goes into a debit card, swipes it, he gets certain points to into his kitty, and those points can be redeemed. Every time when I used to go to a customer, I used to open his mobile app and show him the number of points which are there in his kitty, his save, and those all points can be redeemed for anything. It could be his son's birthday, daughter's birthday, wife's birthday, marriage day, anything, or his own something he wants for himself, that can be redeemed. Just imagine if an RM goes and says, no, don't talk about LI, don't talk about SIP, just go and open up the edge reward points and show them, sir, you have this much of benefits available to you. Now, why don't you go ahead and experience this? Do you think the next step, what is the probability of this customer calling back you second time for any other need you have? Anyone? इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है भाई?
Sir,
Call back because we have identified what his requirement is first, and then he will call us back.
Correct. But is he more glued to the 2 lakh or is he more glued to the experience which you are giving?
The experience of this.
experience to giving is important, sir.
Correct. Do you think if I am the most reliable person for him, does he really mind keeping the money with us?
No,
No.
sir.
He doesn't mind, no? He will keep as much money he has in his account for his disposal entirely with Axis Bank. So what is the most important thing for a relationship manager is to have that conversation which is telling each of our customers to have that great experience in his life through our banking services. Just give me a second, please.
Trust building.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, just allow me a second, 1 second. Yeah, I'm sorry for this interruption. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. I think whatever we have discussed till now, it's all appearing on the screen. So I want one friend of mine to please come up and talk about one box there. So let's start with Ronak. So the role of a relationship manager. This is what a role of a relationship manager. But I think I would go further and say that relationship manager is relationship enhancer, relationship deepener, relationship retailer, and relationship. So once you acquire a customer, you have to enhance, deepen, and retain. So if you go back to the previous slides, which you would have observed that it's just not the one-time relationship with the customer. It's about multiple transactions in a width and the breadth of the transaction. It's like you're planting a tree when you acquire and you nurture it and you see it grow like a banyan tree. It gives you everything what you want. Yeah. So let's spend about 2 minutes on this, and then we have. I'm sure we have career. We have a lot of exciting stuff coming up in the next slides. Yeah, anyone going to help me? It talks about acquiring new customer, engage with existing new customers, onboard the new to bank customer. How do you think? What do you think the most the important part while you're acquiring the customer?
With a
Make a new relationship.
So what is the most important part? You're welcoming somebody to the system.
Onboarding to the customer.
Yes, seamless onboarding. Absolutely seamless onboarding. Of course, you will sell the concept, sell the experience to the customer and tell this is what we offer as an organization to you, as a priority proposition to you. But once a customer says yes, what is the first step we have to ensure that we do a
onboard on the banking.
Seamless onboarding, no mistakes at all while onboarding the customer. So if you go and tell the customer that I will open your account in 3 days time, 3 minutes, 3 seconds, 3 hours, we'll have to ensure that our tags are maintained. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, once we acquire, what is the next step is?
Then we have to build the relation and build the trust and relations, and then after that we have to identify his needs and his financial goals, and then after that we can sell the product to retain the customer for the longer period.
Correct. So you do how do you know what are his needs?
First we have to profile the customer. Once we onboard the customer, then only we will then after onboarding the customer, then we have to profiling the customer, that what is his goal and what is his doing, how much.
So how do you profile the customer?
For profiling the customer, we have.
Yeah, sorry. Some lady has come.
Yeah.
How do you profile the customer?
By interacting more to the customer.
So we have a Siddhi from that.
No, forget. I'm not worried about what digital help you will get. I'm only worried about how you, as an individual, as a human, going to intervene, and more human intervention. And therefore, my request, all my colleagues here, that the more you meet the customer in person, your whole agenda should be meeting the person in person. So you have to get up from your chair, move to a place where the customer is, and in a day you have to ensure that you're meeting minimum 3 to 4 clients in person. That is the most important thing while we're talking about enhanced relationship. You will build trust only when you are in presence in front of the customer all the time. Do you think on a digital mode?
Yeah, in that also I want to add, sir, in that if we visit the personally to the customer, then only we will see his lifestyle, and then once we will appraise to the customer regarding his lifestyle, automatically that customer will say about him. So for that we have to probe to the customers, and we have to like appraise to the customer regarding his lifestyle.
Absolutely fine. Brilliant. So once you go and meet the person in person, You would be able to see where he lives, what he does, what he has in his house, how the surroundings are, how many family members are there, how many kids are there. All that stuff you would be knowing only if you go and meet the person in, in physical mode. In a digital world, nothing moves forward. So my only request is, once you acquire the customer, your responsibility is to go meet the person in person. The more you do face to face meetings, the more you enhance your chances of product selling, more you enhance your chances of identifying the opportunities, and be the first person to be contacted. And once that happens, I think the key is to understand where all he has got his money, and what is are we the first the persons who are we the primary bankers for this customer. So and retain, of course, this is very, very important. And how do we retain? I can understand enhance and deepen is more or less is the same, but how do we retain this customer? Because there's so much of competition around. How do we retain?
Sir, by
So,
giving
so
the best service.
And with the app, we have nudges like we have the information if any FD is mature. So we can convey to the customer and talk about the interest rate that we are giving the higher interest rate and all. Then he will again invest in our bank only.
And we have to give the
It is the
every
service that
market update
most plays
regarding the
the
market
important
update.
role in
Service.
retaining the customer.
Okay, all
Sir,
of
it's
them is one.
basically a service. Sir, so it's basically about the service. More like there, I have been, just recently joined where the service where, people from here have like literally left the Axis Bank as a primary banking because they don't like the service for such a period of time because there was a very less this one. So all the customers have given me the feedback that they really didn't enjoy the service. That's why they were jumping to the, because there are so many competitive banks, so they are giving the better service. So basically the customers are all coming to this private banks and giving depositing lots of money for the service, and they're not getting a good service, they will not be retaining. So retaining, I think it's major about the service only. May it be the
See,
smallest
again,
thing.
if yes, very well done, very good point. Again, if you don't retain the customer, you have to start the journey from again acquire, enhance, deepen, and all that stuff. That is more difficult than a bird in hand is better than two in bushes. So you have to ensure that the one bird in hand is retained, nurtured, properly groomed, so that it is of your benefit and it brings more profitability to the organization. It brings more value to your book, and of course you have to be there. You have to be the first person, and also you please understand that in a relationship management, as a relationship manager, the most important word is called the relationship. It's your relationship who is going to make sure that whether the customer is being retained or gone. So I'm sure they will be teaching you techniques as to how we're going to. So I'm not going to deeper into it and as to tell you as to how do we retain the customer, what should we do. However, I want to bring one terminology here. What bank is doing right now, and there is something called Sparsh. And as a bank, we want to be the most customer obsessed bank in Asia, not in just in our country. We want to be the most customer obsessed bank, and we believe that if we are the most customer obsessed bank, all other things deepen, enhance, acquire will happen automatically. So the service standards of our bank in terms of the customer perception should be so high that customers are obsessed with bank. And I'll just share you with a couple of examples. How many of you know Xerox? Is Xerox a company or Xerox a process? What is a process? Process is photocopy. Am I right?
Yeah.
And what do we use for Xerox? What do we use for photocopy? So when you tell somebody, give me one Xerox, do we say that?
That's
The
a brand.
brand has become a synonym for the brand has become the synonym for the process, and that is where we say the customer obsession. Have you all? And I'll take a more contemporary example. Google, for example, Google. Do we say search or do we say Google it?
Google it.
Google it. The brand has become, see how the process has become a brand. So our process becomes a brand. We should say that if customer service should be synonym to access, and access should be synonym to the great customer service, and that is where we want to reach over a period of time, and I'm sure each one of you have that acumen and understanding to reach, take the bank there, and therefore you are the most very important people. Let me also share you some data points to you. So for example, I'll take Hyderabad as a circle. Premium banking contributes 30% of the value proposition. 30% of the value comes from the premium banking segment, and that is how it is. So I'm saying we are a 35,000 crore circle. Almost 10,000 crores come from a premium banking segment, and that is how big we are, and that is how the role is so important. I want to know a couple of things. Do you think it is easy? Do you think to easy, acquire, enhance, deepen, and retain? Is it easy or difficult?
Actually it's a difficult, but it's depend upon the person to person, to relationship to with the customer.
So how do you think this job can be made easier for you?
To means enhance the maximum customer and acquire the new business, means new customer. First,
That is from your
acquiring.
side. What do you think we should do to help you? Or you should initiate. How do we start is the question. Of course, we all understand that it's not an easy job. If you go to a customer and ask for 10 rupee, will not give you. Okay, we'll have to struggle to get that money. So please don't think that it's a very easy job. My job is not to tell you that everything is hunky dory. It is not. It is a challenge. It is something which is. But you please tell me, Virat Kohli is Virat Kohli because he faces the most difficult bowlers in the world. Am I right?
Yes.
If he is facing me, I'm bowling to Virat Kohli and he hits a 6 to me. Do you think anybody going to applaud? If he hits a 6-2, who is the fastest bowler? Andrew Nokia these days, no? Yesterday. Or one of these Pakistani bowlers which he was hitting sixes all around the park. Do you think what gives him more fame is facing difficult bowlers or facing Ranji Trophy bowlers?
Difficult bowler, sir.
Difficult bowler, world class bowlers.
Absolutely. So if you face difficult situations and you come out of it, just imagine what will happen to your career. And we talk about career in about 2 minutes time. What will happen to your career? So what I would suggest when you go into the branches after your training program, I would request you to please connect with your branch, connect with your BRH, okay, and take their help and do first 50 conversations along with them. How many? 50. First 50 conversations. Don't, you may know everything. I'm telling you, you may know everything. But the nuances of talking, the nuances of understanding the customer, nuances of building relationship it comes with an experience. And a BRH and a branch head has about 10-12 years of experience, would be able to display it when you do a joint calls with them. So my request is please ensure that you do a joint call. However, as we all talk about, as we have acquired you, we are putting time to enhance your skills. Of course, we will further deepen it through. We have wonderful training platforms. We have LMS to talk about, where I'm sure this will be talked about to you, and there are certification programs as you go along. You have gold, silver certification programs as you go along. They are beautifully designed for you to further sharpen your skills. Abraham Lincoln said, if you want to cut a tree in 8 hours, spend 6 hours in sharpening your axe. So there will be interventions coming in from various quarters, whether it is, branch level training programs or a circle level training programs or a central level training programs or your LMS training programs or through BRHS on job training programs. There'll be multiple places where you get increase your understanding of this program. Not only this program, your soft skills, we will work with you in enhancing your skills over a period of time. Yes, so if you're done, then we can move to the next slide. Yeah. Now, so a lot of this, ours is a very unique organization, because here we look for people to join as a PBRM. I'm talking about this set of group. However, we are not restricting it to this level. So those who display exemplary performance, those who display so I have examples for each one of this. If you look at this is the hierarchy. I think this is the hierarchy. PBRM reports to a BRH in a large branch. In a smaller branch, they report directly to the branch head. Now, branch head reports to cluster head reports to circle head, and circle head reports to retail branch banking head. So, RBBHS are the highest authority in a particular region. So, if you come from west or if you come from south, south has 1, 2, and all that. So, we have 8 regions in our country and about 34 circles and multiple clusters and branch managers. So that also gives you a view that what is that you can aspire for in your career going forward. So, and of course, this is just not the, yes, you have any question, Gina? Nambia?
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. So I just have a small query. Like, so why this PBRM 1, 2, 3, this 3 criteria has been categorized, sir?
No, it is not categorized. It's just to depict, tell you that there could be 3 PBRMs in a branch. It could be 4, 5, 7, 10. Like Hyderabad main
Okay.
branch has 10 PBRMs.
Okay, I saw it is a particular some criteria over there. Okay.
No, there is no criteria. Okay, thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you,
Nice
sir.
one.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it isn't number 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just to tell that, there could be, yeah, Sachindra Mishra. Please, go ahead.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
How much criteria?
Yeah, go ahead. What? Sorry?
PRM is criteria is like growth.
So how do you become a BRH is what your question is.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. How do we become a BRH? BRH is an extension of a PBRM who has displayed both selling skills and leadership skills. And of course, there are HR criteria, certain grades you have to achieve. So suppose you're a manager or a senior manager or AVP, and those grades you need to achieve before you can become a BRH. But it's a very, very exciting role. It's a bridge between a branch manager and a PBRM. These are the people who are our frontline supervisors who are helping these RMs on day in, day out to make sure that each of you are scaling up in your skills and hence meeting your numbers and thus making a lot of money in terms of our incentives and all that stuff. So that's very exciting job role, and each one of you must aspire to become a BRH to start with. That's the first goal we should all have once we join this program. Of course, we have to go through a certain time period for it. It is not just that you join a PBRM and you become a BRH. Of course, you have to spend some time with the organization, and organization will then definitely will take care of the other hierarchical needs which you have. Okay. Okay. So if there are no questions, we'll move to the next.
सर जिगर हियर।
हाँ बोलिए।
सर एक क्वेश्चन अभी जैसे यहाँ पे जो है जो ब्रांच जो आरएम प्रोफाइल है, जैसे आपने बोला बीआरएच है, और एक है सीनियर आरएम प्रोफाइल है। सो इसमें हम लोग डायरेक्ट सीनियर ले सकते हैं, आरबीएच ले सकते हैं, और एक बरगंडी वाला ऑप्शन भी है, तो वो कैसे लेना रहेगा?
So go back to where is the burgundy option there?
ये burgundy नहीं है sir. Burgundy is upper than RM ना.
Yeah. So senior RMs is on the nomination basis. So for example, you spent couple of years in this organization and you're doing really well as a PBRM. We will give you an option to elevate yourself, or we will elevate you as a senior PBRM. Now, what is the difference between a senior PBRM and a PBRM? Senior PBRM will have a different budget structures, with different targets and different incentive structure as well. So you will make more money meeting more numbers there.
Correct.
And BRH, as I said, once you prove your selling skills, of course, you move up the ladder and become a BRH. Burgundy is again on your performance as a PBRM, and we, as an organization, your seniors, whether it is a branch manager or a cluster head or a circle head or a BRH, thinks that you are one who can actually go to the next level of customer servicing. Okay, if you look at the hierarchy in the last slides which we have mentioned, we mentioned about the first step of affluent is priority, and the next step is burgundy, and it's just not burgundy. We also have a burgundy private, okay, which actually scales up to a different level altogether. So as a PBRM is just the first entry point, and from there is a whole lot of world which opens up for you. Whether it is a PBRM from to Burgundy RM to a Burgundy private RM, that is a one journey which you can take. From PBRM to BRH to a branch head to a cluster, that's another journey which you can take. From a PBRM to a BRH to a branch head, or then moving on to some circle roles like mine, you can take that. And as bank is opening up, we never know. It's just a small structure which was put in across. There are multiple rules, multiple things which you can aspire for. Then you can go to a different vertical altogether. You can go to retail assets. You can go to CBG, other asset verticals, other liability verticals. You can get into the product teams. Whole sort of career opportunities are available for you. So yeah, next slide, please. We are running into the closure for it. So yeah, so this is very simple. You will be given a priority account so that you understand as in person that of course you are the most important person. You should experience the account before you can tell the customer. So as we have spent considerable amount of time on telling that it is not about the product, it is about the experience which you need to communicate, which you need to understand. So if you understand, you will be able to communicate better, and you will become a brand ambassador for this experience. I would not say so. You have a PBSTF account. That's the code. I'm not getting into it. So you will get that experience as well as a PBRM. Yeah, move next, please. Yeah, next. Okay, so those are the grades you can look at, and I can tell you, we'll give you certain examples after this slide as a career path. So you would be probably joining as an AM or a DM, and from there you have manager, senior manager, assistant vice president, deputy vice president, senior vice president, and president. That's the journey which you would take place. Let me share my example. If you look at so I have traveled the journey up to deputy vice president right now. Okay, so then that does mean that how many promotions? 1, 2, 3, 4 promotions I have got, and I have served for about 20 years in this organization. So if you look at 4 promotions, it's all about or maybe 5 promotions. If you look at about 3 to 4 years is the average at which you're growing in the organization. So you can also look at your roadmap in that way. Some people can go really faster, and I'll show you the next person whom I'm going to introduce to you. She is one of the fastest grown person in our organization. So if you can go to the next one, Sridevi Raghu, she's got a very good friend of mine. She's a branch head of Hyderabad main branch, and if I try and make you understand what Hyderabad main branch is probably India's second largest branch in terms of deposit size. She joined as a PBRM. Her first job was given as a PBRM. So she was a PBRM in 2004, And today in 2022, she remained with the organization up till this point, and she is the branch head of one of the largest branches for Axis Bank. It's just not Axis Bank. I think it's one of the largest branches for. So they have 23 RMs and about 30 BROs sitting in their branch, and number of verticals, number of processes she handles. Yes, Pradeep Kumar.
Yeah, sir, I think we are not having the priority account. We are having the SBSTF. So we are not like getting the benefit of the
SBSTF. Okay, I'll take a clarity with Abhishek on that, but that's PBSTF account. That is what is mentioned. If you go to the back slide and show them, it is PBSTF. PB, Priority Banking Staff Account.
How can it will be convert?
That we can convert on
even
branches.
Sir, even I am working as a PBRM for the past 2 months, and my account is also SBSTF. It's not the scheme code is still SBSTF.
So once you go back to the branches, you can actually request the operations team to change the scheme code to PBSTF. You are eligible for that. There is a circular given, number given there. You give it to the operations team, that RP20/1617. That is the circular they should refer and upgrade your accounts to PBSTF. And with that, you will get a whole lot of yes. Yes, please.
Yeah, this is
Go ahead. Exactly 4 minutes to complete. Yeah, please go ahead. I'm waiting.
Hello.
Yes, please. Yes, yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Sir, can we do it by ourselves in the internet? This is internet bank. We have this process of upgrading our accounts, no?
Yeah, you can put up your documents there. You can upgrade the account. But I think I have to go back to the circular again. I'm not sure as to. So I will maybe in about 10 minutes while the call is going on, your sessions are going on. Maybe I can put that back onto the chat box, or I'll ask Abhishek to get you more clarity on as to how it is to be done. That will be done maybe during the day. Ma'am, is this session on for full day today or just this session?
Yes, the session will run till about 6:30 in the evening.
Yeah, then okay, by before 6:30, and I'll ask Abhishek to come in and share the process of upgrading the account. I'll do that.
Jaya, right? Hello.
Yes.
So Jaya, this side, just want to tell you, it's a very simple process. We need to just call our HR, and they will give you the Swagat code, in which the same can be, SR can be raised from the branch, and then the account can be converted the existing one. It's a very simple one.
Yeah. Even I think the Swagat codes are now being changed to something else, but I don't require Swagat codes. Just your offer letter saying that you're a PBRM would do good for the. They will raise the SR from the branch, and the scheme code can be changed in the branch.
But sir, same process has been given. The Swagat code has been given by HR only. But when we ask for Axis Banking account, they have upgraded to SBSTF. They have not upgraded to PBSTF.
Okay, so we will keep the issues aside, and I'll ask Abhishek to come and address it, and I'm sure he will do during the session today. So your concern is that how to upgrade your account to a PBSTF account, and that's not a huge deal. It can be done. No problem on that. No problem. We'll address this before your day ends today.
Hi, sir.
Yes, please.
Hello. So actually,
Yeah.
we cannot raise after upgrading. We cannot raise our account into our portfolio, right? Sir?
No, your mapping will not be into your own portfolio. No. PBSTF accounts are not part of any portfolio, so don't worry.
Okay, but we'll get the benefit of priority banking.
You will get the benefit of your priority banking. Yes.
Then we have
Once
to
this
apply
gets,
for that. Or it will come automatically?
No, no, we have to apply debit card through internet banking.
Sir, please share the circular page once again.
Yeah, if you can go back onto the screen, they will. You can make a note of this circular. RP 2016-17. So the circular was issued in 16-17 by retail processing. Number is 20. But don't worry. I'll ask Abhishek to come and share his thoughts on it. And it's not as difficult as it sounds. It's very easy, and it can be done. Okay,
So
we
do we need to
have
take approval from anyone?
no approvals required.
So okay, we just hand over this request to our service RM and they can raise.
Correct. They will do that.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Most welcome. Yeah, we'll go to move on. Yeah. So there are a couple more examples. This is Ajinkya Borkar. He's a branch head in Mumbai who started his career 6 years back, 2014 as a priority RM at Thane Strategic Branch. And then in my so what he talks about that he has earned incentive on all his cycles. That is the most important thing. As a relationship manager, you must focus on earning incentive, and whatever needs to be done from the bank side, from the BRH side, from the branch head side, you will get a lot of support in ensuring that you make that incentive cuts. Your designs will be such that you will make the incentive. We want you to earn that incentive part. So it will be incentives will be. I'm sure it will be covered in the future program. So we'll not get into it. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, there's one more example who spent about 9 years with the bank. And she talks about how a person, as a professionally and personally, she has grown in the system. She was a CSO. So CSO is now we call, I guess, relationship managers who are front desk who's handling in the to the not so affluent customers, but they are also very, very important. But she joined as a CSO. She learned and grown in the organization. So there are multiple testimonials that a PBRM can grow to a huge levels, and the bank is going to help them in terms of growing and growing in their career, in terms of financially, in terms of money through the incentives, or in terms of their knowledge sharpening skills by through those certification programs. And the more face-to-face interactions you do, you will have more experience in terms of understanding the customers. Yeah, next slide, please. My only request is when you go to the branches, I want you to please spend more time in going and meeting the customer, and taking your supervisor along with you makes a huge difference in the early stages. Although you may think that you know most of the things, it is very, very important to have that early steps along with your supervisor. Okay. So anybody wants to go and sum it up the entire session? Help me understand how it went well or not well. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So I think we all discussed this. So what is that you need to do is to do a lot of prospecting, as in you have to ensure that you share your experiences with the customers and do prospecting, do a lot of cold calling, load of selling, lot of servicing, and all this happens if you do a good planning. Prospecting is can be done through the reference generation. So every time you do a good service to the customer, you may please ask for a reference. Birds of same feather flock together. And suppose if you ask me one lead, and I will probably give one lead of one of my friend who will be equally in terms of stature in the affiliates. So that happens. So every time you find a happy customer, please do a lot of prospecting. Planning is very, very important in terms of your achieving your incentives. How do you go about building your books and all that? And then relationship building, researching and data analyzing, it's very important, because see, whatever you have learned today over a period of time, that becomes obsolete. and you have to ensure that you have to rebrush your thought process. You keep doing that over a period of time, and if you really want to grow as an RM, as a BRH, as a circle head, cluster head, branch head, whatever, whichever role you are in, learning never stops. And analyzing data, you should be able to figure out as to what is the customer's need by just looking at certain numbers. Okay, I'm just giving you an example. If the date of birth is 1970, then you know what is the age of the customer and what could be the propensity of the customer to buy any of your products. Okay, so the age of the customer is around 50 years, and that 50 years customer is what is that, this is a simple explanation of a data analyzing, and I'm sure you have huge things too. So for example, a mutual fund is doing well or not doing well, that data analysis, suppose which of the mutual funds would help the customer. All these things come into data analyzing, whether the mutual fund would help or a TD will help a customer at a point in time. That would also help how much life insurance you would require for a customer, and what data you would require for doing that. All that can be a part of your data analyzing. Of course, it all comes with huge servicing. So let's go to the next slide. And this is our last slide. Again, broad responsibilities. Want to sum it up again. Acquire, enhance, deepen, and retain, and go beyond that. Sell the 1 second. Just a second. Give me 30 seconds, please. Sorry for this. Yeah, so anybody wants to come in, you can see that there's nothing much to explain on this slide. It is all about incremental growth and deposits, building customer stickiness, increase the number of transactions, generate fee income, deepen relationship, upgrade the customer, acquire family account, and maintain a high true rate. What is true rate? Is whatever scheme value. Suppose if customer has to maintain 2 lakh rupees in his account, whether he's maintaining. So if you have 400 customers, how many are maintaining 2 lakh rupees in that account is the true rate. So the number of customers divided by number of customers maintaining 2 lakh and above, or the TRV, which we talk about 15 lakhs, are they maintaining that, divided with the number of customers you have in your book, is going to give the percentage true rate. The better the true rate, higher the book value, better the true rate, higher the customer stickiness, better the true rate, higher the customer trust on us. Hope I made some sense today. I would really request if you have 1 or 2 people who want to come share their experience of this 1 hour. I would really appreciate that. I am done with my discussion. Maybe 1, 2 people can come up and share their experiences.
Sir, can you please show the hierarchy page once again? I want to make a note of it.
Yeah, please. So I'll tell you, there is nothing in it. PBRM to BRH, BRH to a branch head to a cluster head, cluster head to a cluster head to a circle head.
AMDM manager, senior manager.
Acha, that AMDM. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Next one. Yeah. So,
This
yeah. So I can tell you, there are people, and just best example is our Ravi sir, who was PBRM once upon a time and has become a group executive today. So you must have seen Sridevi, who joined as a PBRM and now is a vice president in the organization. I have my ex circle head who joined us as a PBRM in Axis Bank and then become a senior vice president in the organization. It's all about aspiration. It's all about being dedicated. Abraham Lincoln said once that, don't be so lazy that your bed starts hating you. So I'm only saying that you have a great career with the organization. Start trying, trust the organization, trust your ability, trust the customer service, trust the customer delight, and trust the propositions which bank is going to bring you over a period of time, and trust your supervisors. I think that is going to build your career over a period of time. And there's a lot of excitement journey as a PBRM. I'm telling you, a lot of excitement. There'll be good times, there'll be bad times, but all these good times and bad times will make you a real, hero for your family members, a real hero for yourself. Yes. So, any questions or queries? We are good to go.
Yes, I used to.
No query.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Am I
please.
audible? Sir, like I have recently joined as an PBRM in Delhi, Tilak Nagar branch.
Okay.
So I would want your suggestion. Like this is my first job. Okay.
Okay.
So I want you to give me some suggestion. Like, yeah, a vehicle should be. It's a compulsory for a priority RM to carry. But what would you suggest how to arrange this sort of thing? Because I've been pressurizing from my senior to get a vehicle done, but my family is in not such a condition to finance me. And how would I get such? It's been just 1.5 month of mine I've joined, and I have to get that. So, what is your suggestion on how to manage all these sort of things?
Yeah. So allow me 30 seconds. Just a second. I know, I can understand. I can understand your situation, where you're coming from. The only reason they are asking you to make sure that you'll be able to reach the customer on time without any difficulty. As I said, face-to-face meetings are very, very important. But I have examples like yours in my circle. People, certain parts of Hyderabad are Hindi dominated, and I had a BD who couldn't speak a line in Hindi. Okay, and he was one of the best BDs in the country. Leave aside, he was in my branch. So situations like you should actually motivate you to make sure that you earn incentives and make sure that you get your bike. But yeah, both sides should have a patience. You should have patience, and their seniors and supervisors should have some patience to reach to that level. Of course, you put up your point, and I'm sure your cluster head would definitely intervene and ensure that uh, such things are not being talked about often. But yeah, you please understand it is a win-win situation. If you have a vehicle, you'll be able to reach people in a much faster manner. But yeah, if you understand your situation is bad, there's nothing much we can do. I'm sure over a period of time you will be in a position that you will take care of your family first, and I'm sure all these things will follow. I can empathize with you. I was in your situation a few years back, where buying a bike is a very, very difficult situation. But trust me, have faith in yourself. You will grow to a position where you will not have to think about all these things. It's just that time being you have this situation.
Thank you so much.
Have a conversation with your boss, and I'm sure they will understand. They're a very good organization. But yeah, deliver as per expected, with or without bike. I don't know it how make a difference if you're delivering on your expected lines. Yeah, so I think from my side it's over. So Vidyaji, if you want to conclude it.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for sparing the time and speaking to all of us. It's been wonderful to get an insight from you. You've been in the system, you know how it works, and I'm sure these talks would have been quite motivating for our participants as well. Thank you for sharing the time. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I'm sure one person is talking, so let me take that and we'll close it.
So I have a quick questions right now out here. It's regarding TRV, sir. Can you please have an insight of
Regarding
TRV, total relationship value?
okay.
Someone in my portfolio, there is a uh, customer who is having his priority account with a TRV of around 30 lakhs, but he want to add his family members, those who are not a priority account holder. They are just
Yeah.
having a EasyY account. So can we,
Yeah,
link
you
him
can
with a
add.
family bank?
Yes, you can
We
add
can
to a
add, right?
family bank. Yes, you can add to a family
It's
bank.
nothing like every family member has to have a priority account. It's
No,
nothing
no,
like
not
that. It's
required.
a
If you tag that customer to a family banking, all the propositions which you have it in the primary account will be applicable to the other account.
all
And
right,
sir,
sir.
how
Thank you.
to
Thank you
check
so much.
where what's the total
Like
TRV
one
of
more
a
question,
client?
sir.
See, he said 30 lakhs.
No, I'm saying how to check that what client TRV is, from where we can access that.
So it's there in the PLH. If you go to your priority
Ma'am,
lab
can I?
house, customer wise you have it. In the
It's
Saksham
also
also
there
you
in the
can take
CV.
what's the total.
And one more doubt, sir.
So
One of our customer, he has added few of his family member in family banking, but what problem he's facing is like the member he has added his wife, and she is having SB Easy account, and he himself is having SB PBG. So her wife has to pay for the debit card charges. Her wife has to pay the debit card charges every year. Every year debit card charge has been applied for her wife and his child's account. So is it possible to waive off the charges and do any needful
See,
for
all
that?
these are operational calls which a branch manager. If you ask me yes or no, yes, there is an option to waive off those charges. But DFP is defined as per the hierarchy. So your branch manager, depending on the grade which he has and what is the profitability of your branch and all that matrix is taken into consideration before waiving off the charges, and what is the propensity of this customer to go and maintain the true value. All that will be taken into consideration. And I'm really want you to hold on to your operational questions for your sessions to be completed, and all these answers are there in your branches. I only want you to understand your role in terms of what is expected out of you. These operation questions will be never ending. You trust me. Today, if you learn this, tomorrow you'll have another question coming in. So it is a journey. I also have hundreds of questions in my role today. But that those operational things will continue to happen. My only thing is you please focus on how do you build the relationship management relationship with the customer. How do you take that forward and ensure that that converts into a business. Early stages, I would request you to please ensure that you connect with your supervisors more often. Take a lot of feedback from them and ensure that the feedback is converted into an action. Feedback taken without converting that into an action as yields no result. So please ensure that you convert that into an action, and those actions will give you value for your effort. And value for your effort would mean that a deepened relationship with the bank for the customer, and you making more incentives out of this. So I think we'll close the call, Vidyaji. Thank you so much for your. Yes.
Sir, one last query, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sorry, sir. Sir, actually, we in previous session they took us to the slides where they've asked where we'll get the incentive structure and all. So we just wanted to know, will the session will be there where we they will take us how to crack and what are the hook points to get the incentive, sir?
Sure, I'm sure that will be there. Let's take the answer from Vidya.
Yes, there are sessions lined up, sir, where we are giving those inputs. So senior PBRMs are coming in and also taking you not only through the various IT tools, but also will give you those insights as to how you can maximize your earnings as well.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Sir, one more question. Just I want to understand. Sir, if suppose customer having the account, he's in PRT, but he want to add the family members also. The TRP value is put together all accounts, or even only the
Put together
primary
all
account?
accounts, yes. No, put together all accounts.
All accounts, okay. If suppose customer is not maintaining 2 lakhs in his account, but he is maintaining in his child account or his wife account, then also
done.
it's the same criteria.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. How was the session? You liked it?
It's a very good,
Yes, sir.
sir. Actually, I met you in the Hyderabad branch. I'm from Hyderabad only.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, I have a
So I
question.
don't want to take
how-
feedback from
Sir,
Hyderabad
your
guys
words
then.
are so motivated, sir. From day onwards, when I joined in the first session, from the day onwards, your words are motivating, sir. Motivating to me.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's motivated me now. Yeah, please.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I have a question. Sir,
Yes.
where we can check that how many family members are there in the group of a particular customer?
Yeah, you can see it in PLH. There is I'm sure Vidyaji, you have a training on PLH for them.
Yes, we have. Yes, we
Yeah.
have, sir.
Yeah. So lot
In
of
due course, everything
data.
will be shared. Yeah.
Yeah, lot of data which you are asking from, where to check and all that, it is available on PLH. There is a report which you can generate, or you go to the customer 360-degree view in PLH, and I'm sure it's a great tool for you to understand as to what customer has in his account right now, and how do I build on on more product propositions from the customer. So for example, 360-degree gives you whether the customer has a credit card with us and which credit card he has. And now the Siddhi app has come. It is more user friendly. It has got a lot more information. So today I understand from Siddhi app, you go to it's a branch as you walk in to the customer's house. So anything which you can do in a branch, I think you can do it through Siddhi app. So you will have a lot of information through that. So PLH, Siddhi app, enough information, and then again you have Saksham, which will give you information about the customers, transactions as to how it has gone through there. Fair?
Yes.
Right, I think some of them have no questions, so I would really request you to leave your feedback with Vidyaji or Abhishek or whoever is there. I would like to learn from all of you that where I could have improved today, and I really thank you all for staying on during the course of this session. I enjoyed. I'm sure you all would have enjoyed the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Friends, we'll be stopping here for
Thank you, sir.
a lunch break, and the session will resume at 2:30. So requesting everyone to join their respective links at 2:30 for continuing the sessions. Thank you, everyone.
Vidya ma'am, just a request.
Yes, go ahead.
Ma'am, the thing is that we are not getting these links in the email. Like it was difficult to attend the meeting. So instead of WhatsApp, we should get it on mails as well, because I'm just doing it from my laptop. So mobile is not functioning for this session. So I request that we should get on our calendar
Yeah. So the
invite.
calendar invite has already been shared for the primary session. So Jaya, you need to join back the primary session at 2:30.
That we have for this
And
particular.
going forward, yes, going forward for any kind of additional links, we will keep that in mind.
And also we'll be requiring a day-wise calendar that what all will be, taught in the class, so that the confusions will not be, there. Like we are asking, PLH will be there and sentence structure will be there. So it's
The
better
same
if
has
we
the
have
session plan has already been shared with each one of you all, if I'm
no,
not
no, no,
mistaken.
ma'am, it's not. No, ma'am, it's not.
If it's not, I'll have Rachit forward the same to you.
Please, thank you.
All right.
हाँ मैडम।
हेलो रानाजीत भाई
Hello.